All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2006, the Specialist Prosecutors versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadir Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnić.
Thank you. For the record, I note that the accused are all present in the courtroom today. We continue hearing the evidence of Thaçi defense witness 1DW-008. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Get your pure veil. I don't need that. Good morning, Ambassador Hill. We trust you had a pleasant evening. I hope you did.
I wouldn't go that far, but
As good as can be expected. Yeah, okay. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences as you continue your testimony. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand, and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break at any time, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. Lastly, as for U.S. Representative, thank you for joining us again this morning. I remind you that if at any time you need a moment to speak with the witness or wish to address the panel, you can raise your hand in order to be granted permission to do so by the panel. Just so you know what we're going to do, we will spend about a different schedule than yesterday. We will spend about an hour and take a 10-minute comfort break. Another hour after that, that will get us to 11 o'clock. We take a half-hour scheduled break at 11 o'clock. At 11:30, we'll reconvene and go until 1 o'clock, which is when we start our lunch time, and then at 2 o'clock, we will finish up, 2 to 4. So we'll be finished with this by 4. There's some possibility you could be finished prior to that. I hope so, if that, for your sake, if that's the case, but we'll see how it goes. All right, Mr. Misitich, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Ambassador Hill.
Morning.
Picking up where we left off yesterday, I'd like to turn to the NATO bombing campaign. When the NATO bombing campaign began, did you have any contact with Mr. Thaçi?
No, I did not.
Did you have any contact with the so-called provisional government of Kosovo?
No, I did not. I should, as a way of background, when the NATO bombing began, I reverted to my primary assignment, which was the ambassador to Macedonia, and my responsibilities to take care of our embassy.
Thank you. Did you continue to be actively involved in resolution of the Kosovo conflict during the NATO bombing campaign?
I had conversations with people in Washington, but primarily I was concerned with my embassy in Skopje, as we had been overrun by several thousand demonstrators.
Do you remember what you were doing when the conflict in Kosovo ended?
You're referring to the end of the, when the bombing ended?
Yes.
I was, that night, I was having, I just want to amend what I said, that I had nothing, I was working on Macedonia. At a certain point, still during the bombing campaign, Mr. Rugova, who had been held in Belgrade, went to the Vatican to be, he was released by Belgrade, and he went to the Vatican at the invitation of the, I think it was called Sainta Georgia, if I have that correct. It's the Vatican kind of foreign ministry, and he was there during the latter part of the bombing campaign. I was asked to visit him and to essentially find out what his intentions were and whether he was planning to make any public statements about the bombing campaign. I did that. He was not planning any public statements, so I went back to Skopje. To answer your question, when the bombing campaign stopped, it was the day that NATO senior military command had a meeting in Kumanovo in northern Macedonia to talk with Serbian military about plans to move make sure all Serb military and police forces were to vacate Kosovo and be replaced by NATO personnel who would take over security. On that evening, which I forget exactly the date, but it was in early June, I was having a social evening with some Macedonian friends, and we were very pleased at the prospective end of this conflict. I went home that night, and as soon as I walked into the house, I received a call from the American AID official who was at the refugee camp and was reporting that there was some unrest in the camp, and could I come out to help calm things down. That was late at night, about 11 o'clock. I asked him to describe the issues. He told me in a very agitated and concerned voice that the people living in the camp had found a Roma family that some people believed were involved in helping some kind of Serbian unit in terms of destroying homes in some village. It was very unclear, but that there was an effort to administer justice, if you will, to this Roma family, and the Roma family had been taken by a German NGO, as I understood the story on the telephone, to a building where it was the family was being protected by a German NGO, but was surrounded by very angry people in the camp. I was asked to go out to the camp and try to diffuse this. I was also asked by the AID official to please contact the Macedonian government and ask them not to send in any police, because they felt that introducing Macedonian police into the refugee camp would exacerbate the situation. So what I did was I agreed to go out to the camp that night at around 11 o'clock.
Thank you. You are, of course, familiar with the passing of Resolution 1244.
Yes.
Can you tell us your assessment of when the war between the KLA and Serbian forces ended, as far as you were able to observe?
As far as I observed, it was during those immediate days when, after the meeting in Kumanovo, that is, the Serbs began to withdraw from Kosovo, the Serbian military and police units began to withdraw from Kosovo, and NATO began to move in from where it had been staging, including in Macedonia. So it moved from Macedonia into Kosovo to begin to patrol the situation in Kosovo.
Thank you. Did there come a time that President Clinton visited the region in the summer of 1999?
Yes, he did. President Clinton did come to the region. He came shortly after the fighting ceased and NATO had moved into Kosovo, and he came to Macedonia to thank the Macedonian authorities for having housed so many refugees, and he also went out to the refugee camp and encouraged people not to go to their homes until NATO authorities had said it was safe to do so.
Do you recall whether there was any concern about sending President Clinton into an area of ongoing armed conflict?
I cannot testify to any concern that came to me. I can only imagine that his security was concerned about him going into a place that was very near a war zone. That said, I do not recall having any incidents or problems with his visit.
Ambassador Hill, have you been asked in the past to be interviewed by prosecutors or defense lawyers in international war crimes cases?
Some years later, I'm putting this in the time frame of 2002, 2003, when I was ambassador in Warsaw. I was asked to testify in a war crimes tribunal. I was active duty foreign service. I was ambassador to Poland, and while I did not decline, I talked to people in the State Department and indicated I'd rather stay with my current functions, which where I had a full plate of things to do, that is being the U.S. ambassador to Poland.
And have you ever previously agreed to be interviewed or to testify in a war crimes trial or investigation?
Not to my recollection. The prosecutor actually came to see me in Warsaw in my office. His name was kind of memorable, Jeffrey Nice. And I had a conversation with him. After that, I was in Washington for some consultations about matters pertaining to Poland, and I met with the U.S., with the State Department legal representative, whose name was Taft. And I also talked to the Deputy Secretary of State named Richard Armitage about my preference not to be involved.
Why have you decided to be involved in this trial and agree to be a witness called by Hashim Thaçi?
Well, time does not cure everything, as it's said, but I think 25 years is a considerable amount of time to think of things. And I have, first of all, no reason to believe that Mr. Thaçi was involved in such activity. I have no reason to believe, nor did I hear at the time, that he had ordered such illegal activity. And my understanding is he has been incarcerated for some time over these issues. So I felt when I was asked, I did not approach people, people approached me. I felt I should tell what I know about the situation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hill, for coming to testify. That concludes my direct examination.
Thank you, Mr. Misitich. Mr. Dixon, still no questions?
Thank you, Honours. No questions.
Mr. Roberts, same?
Same for me at the stage, Your Honour, yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Ellis, we're ready for you then.
Thank you. Can I have a moment? I'm
Sure.
not quite there.
Sure, take your time.
Could I have a moment to speak to the State Department representative, as I have no idea who you've just been talking to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do you want to step out of the room?
No, I just want to
Okay,
know
go
who's
ahead.
who.
Well, Mr. Ellis represents Mr. Krasniqi.
Okay.
Okay, that helps a little bit.
Okay, well, maybe that's all I need
Well,
to know.
go ahead.
Okay.
Feel free.
Yeah.
Who are the other folks? Yes.
Okay.
Should have used Mr. Krasniqi's first name. It's Jakub Krasniqi.
Yes.
Yes, good morning, Ambassador. Sorry, I hadn't introduced myself. I was shuffling my papers. It's Aidan Ellis, representing Jakub Krasniqi. I have a few questions this morning following up on matters that were discussed in the course of your evidence yesterday. Okay. The first relates, please, to a passage of the interview with Blair Schaller document, which was DHT 12206 to 12372 at page DHT 12292. If we could have that on screen again, please.
Mr. Ellis, we're being told we haven't received your queue, so they're going to have to use the Thaçi queue. Can you make sure the queue is with the registry, please?
I'm being told it's been released and therefore in the process of coming to you, but it's fine to use the version on the Thaçi queue for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. And because I'm going to move to a couple of pages in the document, it's maybe helpful to use that version rather than the admitted exhibit. Thank you. You were asked some questions yesterday about the passage which begins there with Mr. Schaller asking, did you at that period know who was in charge of the KLA, who was the most important person in the KLA? And your answer began, looking for the person in charge of the KLA was not something that you would succeed at. And you were asked some questions prompted, I think, by His Honour Judge Gaynor about what time period that related to. And your response was late summer, early fall 1998. What I want to do is just show you a couple of pages before that in the document to try to help with the date that this related to.
Okay.
So if we could move back 2 pages, please, to 12290. And if we could scroll down to the bottom of that page, you'll see that Mr. Schaller starts asking you a question about something that was rejected by French diplomacy in December of '98. And then he carries on at the bottom of the page with a question, in December 1998, you were already stepping to the idea that we should have an international conference. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I'm not sure if I recall being asked about an international conference until Madeleine Albright called me, which I believe was later than this December period. I might add that it often happens in these circumstances, that is, of a conflict which people are finding very difficult to extinguish. It often happens that people say, well, why don't we just get everyone together in a room and surely we should be able to solve this. I was skeptical that a conference could solve this. Moreover, I was skeptical and rather fatigued by the idea that Dayton was a model for solving the problem in Kosovo, which I found to be a very different kind of conflict.
I see. And if we could turn over then to the next page, 12291. Firstly, if I could take you towards the middle of the page, you're recorded that, if we could scroll down a little bit further so that you can see the full answer, that's fine. You're recorded there as saying, when in doubt, there's always this idea, let's have a conference. Is that paragraph expressing the same idea that you've just mentioned this morning, that people were always proposing conferences, but you yourself were a little skeptical about what it might achieve on this occasion?
It is interesting that 25 years after making these comments, I do have the same predilection about such conferences. Yes,
Thank
in
you.
answer to your question.
Well, and you'll see that just after that answer, Mr. Schaller asks, another question was, who was in reality keeping contacts with the KLA in autumn and winter of 1999? Larry Rossin was more or less in charge. presumably that's relating to the autumn of 1998, moving forwards into January, February 1999.
Yes, so the date is wrong. Larry Rawson was the office director who, in the general scheme of these issues, which involved the time of the Secretary of State, Larry was rather junior in these issues, so I don't know why Blaiream has this view.
Thank you. But then if we turn over to page 12292, when Mr. Schaller asks you, did you at that period know who was in charge of the KLA? Following from the previous pages, it's referring to November, December 1998, probably, isn't it?
I assume so.
And if it helps, I can show you your statement, or the summary of your statement to the Thaçi defence, which is, I'll just read you what's recorded at paragraph 53. It says, in the fall and winter of 1998, it was not possible to identify a person in charge of the KLA. Does that remain your evidence?
Yes, that is why it took so many months and months to even have any real discussions with people in the KLA. And that is the reason for the complexity of putting a Kosovo Albanian delegation together with different peoples and personages.
Yes. And then to finish on this topic, you also gave some evidence about it in your preparation session last week, where you said, it's paragraph 33, the reason that they could not find anyone in charge of the KLA was because there was no one in charge. The fact that you kept looking for so long suggested they had not solved the problem.
I think that is 100% accurate. Sometimes when you're looking for something and can't find it, it's because it doesn't exist.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to move to a different topic, which is the 6th of November 1998 meeting in Dragobil, which you had with Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Jakub Kuznici, and some others. Was that the first time you had met Jakub Kuznici?
I believe it was, yes. I believe, too, that this meeting was organized by our representatives to KDUM.
That would be Sean Burns at that time.
Correct.
Yes. Now, you said yesterday in the transcript at page 54 that you were focused entirely on seeing what they felt about your Kosovo plan. Is that fair in terms of your approach to the meeting?
Yes, my job was to try to come up with a plan to end the conflict, and so the opportunity to meet people that Sean told me were in the KLA was such an opportunity.
Could I then have on screen P01069? Before I do that, Your Honour, I should have tendered the 2 pages of the interview that I showed to the ambassador. I think 90 and 91.
Yeah, I said it backwards.
Ah, thank you.
Any objection to those?
No.
DHT 12292 and DHT 12291 are admitted.
Can they be added to the Thaçi exhibit, which I think was 423, 1D 423?
Yes, please add it to 1D43.
Can we clarify, wasn't it 90 and 91?
I believe there were 2 pages, DHT 12290 and 91. DHT 12292 was already admitted.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
12290 and 12291 will be admitted and added to 1D.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those 2 pages will be added to the Exhibit 1D00423. Classification is public.
Thank you. And if we could turn to page, on the document on the screen, to 075334. It's paragraph 19. It's not the best copy. Are you able to see that on the screen?
Yeah, I can see this, yeah.
Ambassador, this is from a cable written sometime after that meeting, and it says, if you can see it, that the KLA, for example, required nearly 3 weeks to coordinate its response to Ambassador Hill's November the 1st draft. As a result, the KLA response did not reach Ambassador Hill in time to be considered for inclusion in the revision of the November 1st document. While much of this time was surely taken up by internal political debate among the leadership, we expect that communications difficulties contributed to the delay. It's right, isn't it, that there was a delay of some 3 weeks in the KLA getting a response to your proposal?
Yes, there were many delays. It's important to understand a little context for what a cable, why there would be a cable from Belgrade on this subject. This, I presume, is coming directly from Sean Burns to the embassy in Belgrade, where it is retyped and sent out as a telegram from Belgrade. Judging from, this is the first time I've seen this. I must have seen it 25 years ago, but it's the first time I've seen it lately. This, to me, suggests that Sean felt that the delays were technical in nature and not personnel in nature. That is, they were caused by a lack of equipment. I must say to you, I'm skeptical that equipment is the issue here. I think the issue was no one was in charge.
Very well. Now, that document can come down. Thank you. You were also asked some questions yesterday towards page 51 in the provisional transcript about your statement in the interview with Blair Mshala that a lot of the energy of the KLA at that meeting was devoted to telling us what a terrible guy Rugova was. And that was something that you had addressed in your preparation session last week. At paragraph 15, you clarified you meant a terrible guy in a facetious way, in the sense of Rugova not being up to the challenge.
Absolutely.
Very well. And I think you mentioned yesterday as well that there was a perception that you yourself might be too close to the Rugova faction, and that there was this view that you needed to broaden your horizons. I mean, at this point in time, you were trying to conduct negotiations between Serbia and Milosevic on the one hand, and various different groups of Albanians on the other hand. That's the position, isn't it?
That's accurate. And the squabbles among Albanians were not my primary concern. My primary concern was carrying out U.S. policy, which was to try to find a means by which Belgrade and the various factions in Kosovo could reach some understanding and stop the violence.
Yes. And one of the things that the KLA representatives wanted to do was to ensure that they were part of those discussions. That's right, isn't it?
Correct. And at all corners, they wanted to say that Rugova was not up to the challenge. I want to add, too, that in talking to Blarim Shala about this, it was a very informal context, which is why you see slang terms and people being referred to as guys and things like that. I must tell you, I never dreamed that I'd see these words again 25 years later.
In the course of a cross-examination in court?
You got
I
it.
imagine. Thank you. Now, you also conveyed yesterday that one of the things you were trying to get across to people was that government is a set of services, and if you can have those set of services provided by yourselves, not by a foreign entity, that is, if you could have complete autonomy, and if you're part of a broader structure such as the European Union, you should not be so focused on what I used to talk to them as 19th century sovereignty issues. Do you recall making that point yesterday?
Yes, I believe it today too.
Now, could I have on screen, please, your preparation, the note from your preparation session last week, which was DHT 12557 to DHT 12569. I understand this is on the calling party's presentation queue, so I would seek to use it from the Thaçi presentation queue.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. If we could have page 12568. And if we could scroll down so that you can see paragraphs 38 and 39. I just want to go through those with you. You started by saying that you did not specifically recall any element of the so-called Hill Plan which related to local policing. Does that remain your position?
I don't specifically recall elements of it. Certainly in Dayton, with respect to the Dayton Peace Accords, we had an entire annex devoted to policing. I'm sure, though I don't recall it today, I'm sure we were giving some thoughts to the issue of how policing would be accomplished in the context of an agreement.
Yeah, and you continued in the preparation session that you knew that the best solution for Kosovo was local governance and local police would have been a part of this.
Yes.
And
Yes. Yeah.
Is that in part because local police was one of the set of services that you were talking about could be delivered in an autonomous Kosovo by Kosovo?
Yes. Local police is something the world over that is considered a better way to handle local law enforcement, that is, have police who are closer to the actual population.
And in the preparation session, it continues, you did not specifically recall any conversation with the KLA about the part of the plan dealing with local policing, beyond the fact that the Kosovo Albanians wanted a unitary state, and they did not want a situation where a part of their population was reporting to Belgrade rather than to Albanian commanders in Pristina. So the idea of local police was worrisome to Kosovo Albanians if it meant that they would report to a Serbian authority.
I think that is true as far as my knowledge goes. I think there was a concern that when we talked about local police or local anything, that this was some kind of plan to keep the overall general structure in Belgrade's hands, and therefore there was skepticism at modifying police with the word local. That said, I think there was also more on their part than on my part. There was a notion that that organization that controls police will control Kosovo. And they hinted at the fact that law enforcement is the key aspect of control. Mind you, I prefer to talk about local assemblies and other means of delivering other services, the totality of which would have amounted to full autonomy. But I think there was maybe an excessive attention to local police on the part of people who felt that the issue began and ended with security.
Yeah, and there was a concern that there couldn't be trust in a police force that reported to Belgrade to Milosevic, wasn't it?
Yeah, these were people who believed in full independence, who saw Kosovo as entitled to full independence. Again, I cannot stress this enough. I was not representing them. I was not representing other factions in Albania, in Kosovo. I was not representing Serbia. I was representing the United States. And in my extensive conversations with Secretary of State Albright and with Ambassador Holbrooke, we were trying to get an autonomy plan because we felt that was the plan by which we could end the violence and help the situation such that we could move on with the task of making the Balkans places that could be part of Europe.
Of course. And these proposals for a local police never actually came into effect because, of course, then you had Rambier and then you had UNMIK coming in due course.
That is correct. You know, one of the, if I could add, for texture really, that by the time we got to Dayton for the Bosnian settlement, we kind of we knew what it would look like, and we were in a position to elaborate on how security would be handled, hence the police annex. With respect to Kosovo, we're on a much more basic level of how to stop the violence and address some of the underlying concerns, and we were not ready to configure a police force.
Yeah. Could I then take you to a different document, which you may not have seen before, and it's 1D00141. So you can see from the heading, it's an Austrian embassy cable dated the 30th of September 1998. And if we could scroll down, please, it is in relation to a meeting between contact group ambassadors and Milosevic, and then a subsequent meeting with Rugova. And I think as one of the contact group ambassadors, you would have been a part of that.
No, I was not.
Okay.
I think this refers to, again, this is the first time I've seen this, so.
Yes.
I think this refers to ambassadors representing contact group countries in Belgrade.
And was Austria part of that contact group?
No, it was not, but of course with Wolfgang Petritsch, the Austrian ambassador to Belgrade, who was named the European Union's special envoy, I suspect, although I'm not privy to this, that he would have been involved.
I see. He would have been involved through the European Union rather than Austria per se.
That would be my understanding, yes.
I see. Well, let me ask you then about the penultimate bullet point, which is on a list of things that President Milosevic conveyed to the contact group ambassadors. It says, security coordinators are already in place in 70 villages in western Kosovo, list received by Amb Hill on 29 Sept and to be transmitted in a separate report. I mean, do you recall?
I do not. I do not recall any such list. I just don't recall any of that.
Well, were you aware that Milosevic was setting up local security, local police units in villages, particularly in western Kosovo?
No, but had I been aware of that, I would have suggested that was a bad idea. Not every initiative of President Milosevic's was acted on or frankly even taken seriously.
One moment. I'm going to move to a different topic. Thank you. Which is to the VJ prisoner exchange negotiations in January of 1999. Now, it's right, isn't it, that these negotiations in January of 99 were the first and only prisoner exchange between the KLA and the VJ during the conflict?
To the best of my recollection, that is accurate.
And as a unique issue in the conflict, it became a big political issue at the time.
It was yes, it was a major issue because it had never been done before, and there was a lot of skepticism about being able to pull it off, get it done.
And I think you've said to the Thaçi defense that Milosevic was threatening to unleash hell unless something was done.
I think that is a line from a movie, which I don't think I would have used, but something to the effect that he was planning to take harsh retribution.
Thank you. I want to look briefly at your account of your meeting with Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi and others, from your book, which is page DHT 08787 to 09214. And could we go to page 08921, please? You refer there to Mr. Krasniqi taking a hard-line position on the 10-day delay, insisting that the swap be in perfect symmetry. And you were... And it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Krasniqi's position was that the exchange should be simultaneous?
Yes.
And when a staggered release was put to him, his response, as you've put it in the book, was, how could I ever trust Milosevic? That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And I think you said to the Thaçi defense in your statement that you understood he was concerned that Milosevic would renege or change conditions if a deal was agreed.
Yes, but I said very specifically, that's not your problem, that's my problem.
And I think, as you've explained again in in your book and in the interview with the Thaçi defence, what you were saying to Mr. Krasniqi rhetorically was the issue was whether you trust America.
Yes, I confess to a certain rhetorical flourish in making that point, but I think it's the underlying point for why we were involved in the first place.
Yeah. And what you were doing effectively was to put the American relationship on the line.
Yes, I think we would put that getting out on the edge of your skis, but I felt I had enough backing in Washington to make that point.
Yeah.
And the reason I did was that the idea of a 10-day hiatus which was my idea, to push for that, was supported in Washington because no one had a better idea.
And in making the point.
I just want to make clear, these were tough situations. You're getting on the phone with Washington. The last thing people want to hear about is some new problem in Kosovo. And so sometimes bad ideas were supported because the other ideas were worse.
But I imagine you also knew in making that point that the KLA was aware that it needed American support and international support.
That thought definitely crossed my mind.
And Jakub Krasniqi was as aware of that as anyone, wasn't he?
I hoped he was.
Yeah. Could I then have on the screen, please, the summary of your interview with the Thaçi defence, which is DHT 12160 to DHT 12169.
While we are researching where that is, I'd like to make one point where I had an understanding of how Washington operated, having worked there for decades. I also understood that you could get different viewpoints in Washington. I felt at some times the Kosovo Albanians had a lot of contacts in Washington and sometimes exaggerated the degree to which their contacts were actually making decisions. So it was important for me to try to bring this back to the issue of the fact that I was talking to Secretary Albright and Ambassador Holbrooke. That is, I was talking to people who really had decision-making.
Thank you. I'm looking for paragraph 32, which is, I think, on page 65, the page ending 65. Yeah. If I could give you a moment to look at paragraph 32, Ambassador.
32, okay. Yeah, I made my point to him at this meeting. He did not indicate that he was supportive of it. I don't recall any answer at all. I just recall ending with my point. But soon thereafter, and I do not recall how, I learned that it had been accepted and that there would be a release of the soldiers very soon.
Oh. And it's right, isn't it, that as recorded in this summary, that you don't know who exactly in the KLA approved the release of the VJ soldiers?
Correct, and this was an ongoing issue with the KLA. We never knew who was actually doing things.
And what you thought that Krasniqi had received some instructions on that because you didn't think that he was that big of a deal. Do you recall saying that?
Yes. Again, these are beliefs not well substantiated, but in the absence of contradictory information, yes.
So your impression from what you had seen was that Mr. Krasniqi was not that big of a deal within the KLA. Is that fair?
Yes, that was my impression.
Right. I'm going to jump forwards again in time, please. I'm not going to ask you anything about Rambier itself. I want to ask you a little bit about the position afterwards. And if I could take you to 1D00358, which I think again would be on the Thaçi presentation queue, and was a document you were asked about yesterday. If we could scroll down so that you're able to see paragraph 1. This is dealing with the return after the Rambier conference. Had you yourself already returned to Kosovo with the delegation? Or?
I did not go with the delegation. My recollection was Ambassador Hunsinger, who was the French ambassador to Macedonia, had brought the delegation. They had staged them together in Skopje and brought them to Rambouillet. And my recollection is that the French government had also taken care of their return.
And if I could simply take you to the first paragraph there, it records the Albanian delegation to the Rambier conference returned to Kosovo without problems. Serbian authorities posed no difficulties. US KDOM transported the KLA delegation, Jakub Krasniqi, Rambouillet and Azam Sula, from Pristina airport to Sedlara, about 30 kilometers to the southwest, unhindered.
Okay, I don't recall that, but I'm sure that's accurate.
Okay,
Yeah.
you yourself wouldn't have been a part of that?
No, I was not.
It would have been presumably Sean Burns and US
I think it
KDOM.
would have been Sean Burns. I thought they had returned on a French aircraft, but I see they had not, so.
Well, it could be that they returned on a French aircraft and were then assisted by US KDOM to get back to Sedlar, could it?
From Pristina, yeah, I'm surprised, but I didn't know that.
Okay.
I just know there was not an incident. I was at a point where if there were no problems, I kind of didn't track it.
Yeah, but presumably the need for KDOM to escort them to the village of Sedlar is because it's not safe to leave 3 KLA representatives in Serbian-controlled Pristina, yes?
That sounds logical to me.
It's also recorded here that there was further down the same paragraph, I think, that there was a serious conflict inside the KLA over Rambier, and that the principal antagonist was KLA political representative Adam Demaci. Is that consistent with your understanding at the time?
We knew that Adam Demaci was opposed to any and all negotiations with the Serbs and was opposed to anything less than independence. So when there were serious problems, we made the assumption that Demaci was on one side of them.
And what you were expecting was that the representatives in favour of signing were going to have to go out and sell the deal to
That was our understanding, yes.
because there still at that point wasn't any single person who could reach the agreement.
That was certainly our view then, yes.
Mr. Ellis, we're going to take a break unless you're almost finished, and then you can have, if you have 2 or 3 minutes.
I'm almost, but I think it's probably 5 rather than 2 or 3.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness. We all will take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. All right, we'll break for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Oh, just a moment before you go. I managed to foul up the timing for this afternoon's break, so we will start at 2:30 and go until 4:30, as we have in the past. Sorry about that. That's what you get for having old men do this. All right, Ambassador Hill will continue with the cross-examination by Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honour. It's just a few more questions from me, Ambassador. Firstly, whilst we're on this document, if we could go to the second page and paragraph 6. It says that Bouya commented that the General Staff was meeting that afternoon with Thaçi. Bouya indicated that he, Krasniqi and Sula would participate. Asked about Thaçi, both Krasniqi and Bouya said stiffly that they would take care of him and that his opposition both to the Rambier package and the provisional government proposed by Rogova, Chosa and Thaçi on February 24 would be overcome. My question is, presumably, you wouldn't know the exact internal processes within the KLA to reach the position where they agreed to the negotiations in Paris?
No, I'm not privy to their internal negotiations. My sense is that we were on the way to getting to yes, and that some of this was their own need to satisfy all their various constituents.
Exactly, to get to yes, they needed to satisfy their various constituents within the KLA, yes?
Yes.
I understand. Can that document come down then? And I want to look at another document you were shown by the Thaçi defence yesterday, which was 1D00310.
I presume this document is also in the Thaçi defense
It would be,
presentation.
yes, thank you. And I think it was page 2874 that you were shown yesterday. If you could scroll down, please. Yes, now you were shown yesterday the entry about the 8th of March 1999, and you said that the date of the 8th of March could be more or less accurate. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, the only question I have is, I would have been with Holbrook, so how did I go from a meeting in Pristina to a meeting with Holbrook in one day? So I'm a little skeptical of the timeline, but more or less, yes.
Yeah. Well, can I suggest to you that any meeting with KLA representatives probably didn't take place in Pristina at that time either?
That would make sense, but yeah, I just don't understand how that could work time-wise.
Okay, I follow. The phrase you used to describe this encounter in your preparation session was that it was taking the temperature.
Yes, that's when I went out to a place, and I don't recall where. I do recall that we were being pursued by a lot of journalists, so that we took evasive action to get to our destination without the journalists. And it was to take their temperature and make sure we were on the track that we thought we were, which was that the Kosovo side was agreeing to the Rambouillet Accords.
Exactly. And although you didn't think you got finality from that meeting, the signs were favorable. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, because I had essentially erased the word finality from my vocabulary.
Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Mr. Potch?
Yes, thank you. And to start, we can take the document off the screen. And good morning, witness. I'm James Potch. I'm a prosecutor with the SPO, and I have 5 hours, but hopefully we can get through this much more quickly.
Yes, I share that aspiration.
And before I start, just to note that any of the items I call up can be broadcasted to the public unless I note otherwise. Witness, you testified about meeting Shavit Haliti Zeka in Tirana in June of 1998. That was your first meeting with a KLA member, right?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And as you noted during your witness preparation session, when you met Shavit Haliti Zeka, you did not know what his significance was in the KLA, right?
Correct. Some people had told me he was very senior. Other people told me he was a friend of the KLA. I wasn't really sure, but it represented a desire to follow all leads.
Your next meeting with the KLA was with Ambassador Holbrooke in Munich, correct?
I would not call that a meeting with the KLA. That was a meeting with farmers in Munich who had suffered from a Serbian attack on that village, and we were hearing their story, during which someone in kind of full military fatigues with a very full black beard walked in and sat next to Holbrooke briefly for what appeared to be a photographic opportunity. So I'm reluctant to call that a meeting with the KLA.
Prior to that occasion in Munich, you hadn't had any direct contact with any KLA members, right?
Direct contact, no, but a number of people from other embassies, including our own diplomats and members of the intelligence services in their interest in trying to find out about the leadership of the KLA had had meetings and reported the substance of those meetings to me.
Now, you just mentioned, and as you also testified yesterday, about the presence at this meeting of a man, Ambassador Holbrooke remarked, had the appearance of Che Guevara. And my question is whether this is the same person who you described in your defense interview in July as someone reportedly from the KLA and whom no one took very seriously.
Again, he walked into the middle of the meeting and then walked out before the meeting was over and seemed to be there for the purpose of a photograph. So no, we did not conclude this was any kind of serious person, nor was it a meeting with him.
Neither you nor anyone else within the US authorities had indeed set up any meeting or encounter, whatever you want to call it, with KLA members that day in that location, right?
No, we did not set up a meeting with the KLA in that place. I would like to add, however, that the photograph of Holbrooke sitting next to this gentleman went out on wire services and greatly angered Milosevic in Belgrade, so much so that he had sent a note to Holbrooke saying he wouldn't meet with Holbrooke anymore because of this quote-unquote meeting with the KLA, at which point Holbrooke asked me to go to Belgrade and try to calm that down.
And because, as you just said, no such meeting was set up in advance, any KLA members in Munich had no reason to be expecting you or Ambassador Holbrooke that day, right?
I would not make that conclusion. After all, there are not too many secrets in that part of the world, so I'm sure people knew we were heading there. And when we did go, there were at least 10, perhaps 20 vehicles with press people, knowing that the destination was out to that part of Kosovo. So I'm sure there was adequate time for anyone to have known that we were there.
Do you recall when you or Ambassador Holbrooke had decided to go there? How many days, weeks, or months in advance?
I don't recall. It would have been no more than days. And it was really one of Holbrooke's first and perhaps only visits to anywhere outside of Pristina.
And when you did get to Munich, eventually you met people at the house of Munich's mayor, is that right?
Yes, it was a farmhouse and we all sat on the floor.
Did you ever learn the name of the person who sat next to Ambassador Holbrooke at the Munich encounter?
I don't recall the name. I don't recall being told who he was. Later, I heard he was an ethnic Albanian who lived somewhere in Western Europe and was back in Kosovo, but I don't recall anything about his identity.
We could please call up SPOE 00405-207-00405-219, please. As I mentioned before, this can be broadcast to the public. And we can stay on the first page.
I just know that the document is marked as confidential in legal workflow.
Yes, the reason for that is that it relates to the witness. The witness's identity is confidential until he appears, so that's why I gave the disclaimer that anything I call up, unless I say otherwise, can be public. Witness, we see this is an article on your screen dated the 6th of September 2021 with the title, "The Soldier and the Photograph in Memory of Richard Holbrooke." Let's please turn to the next page, the one ending in 08. And there, let's scroll down and zoom in on the photograph being held, please. And this is Ambassador Holbrooke alongside the man you've been describing, right? Witness?
Yes.
If we scroll down on the same page, please, we see it reads as follows. Following the easing of COVID-19 lockdown measures in Australia in June this year, I met Kosovo's then ambassador to the country, Hajdina Bazi, at a restaurant in Canberra to discuss the ongoing Serbia-Kosovo dialogue. I was ecstatic to discover Abazi is the person who Western media continue to refer to as the, quote, unidentified, end quote, Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA soldier, from a somewhat enigmatic photograph with the late U.S. Ambassador Richard Dick Holbrook. Does the name Hajdina Bazi sound familiar, witness?
It does not to me.
Let's, in the same document, please turn to page ending 211, and there zoom in on the second paragraph. At the top of the page, we see, during the Kosovo War, from 1998 to 1999, Abazi's nom de guerre was Lum Hajiu, a name given to him by the commander of the Kajini, Ramush Haradinaj. And witness, did he perhaps use the pseudonym Lum Hajiu when he met you, or did you ever hear that pseudonym in relation to?
I did not hear any pseudonym. I don't recall him there for very long. I recall him sitting there for a while, echoing Kosovo nationalist desiderata, and finally leaving, and I had no idea who he was.
And we see this here refers to Ramush Haradinaj, commander of the Kajini. Did you ever meet or have contact with Ramush Haradinaj?
I did not.
Let's turn to page ending in 215, please. And I'll read from the second paragraph. Upon Abazi's entry into the farmhouse, Holbrook was already flanked on the rug by Hill on his right, and the young Gani Shehu on his left. Then, Meteshala intervened for the third and last time. He insisted that Shehu should make space so that Abazi, the most senior KLA officer present, could squeeze in next to Holbrook. Like a true diplomat, the host was opening communication between the two most important figures from each delegation. Witness, do you recall anyone insisting this gentleman squeeze in?
I don't recall. He obviously did squeeze in, but I don't recall whether he was invited to do so.
I'm going to continue reading from the third paragraph on this page. After the photo op, Holbrook politely prodded the journalist to leave, quote, to let us talk, end quote. Over some Turkish coffee and spring water, the inquisitive Holbrook peppered his new KLA friends with a variety of questions. At some point, he turned to Abazi and asked, quote, "Are you the writer with the gun?" End quote. Abazi was astounded that Holbrook knew something about his past. He says Holbrook borrowed a line from an article about him, possibly written by Shork, that was published in the Western media not long before their parley. And witness, did you, like Ambassador Holbrook, know something about this gentleman before the meeting or encounter?
No, we did not. I did not, and Holbrook did not.
Let's turn...
The reference to Shork is a reference to Kurt Shork, who is a wire service reporter killed some years later in West Africa. So he had died in 1999 rather. I went to his funeral in Washington. And if I can ask you, when was this article written?
As we saw on the first page, it was September 6, 2021, the publication.
Okay, I have no recollection of this. Yeah.
Just to say, the article, I'm saying the one I'm reading from, the article referred to by Mr. Abazi in it, it's not specified. Yeah. And if we could please, in the same item, turn back to page SPOE 00405210, and I'll read from the penultimate paragraph there. So we can scroll down. Thank you. Here we see, along with other Kosovo Albanian activists, Abazi, in his early 20s, was imprisoned from 1979 to 1983 for his political activism. His crime? Advocating for Kosovo to become a republic within Yugoslavia. Witness, in your interview with Blair Mshala, you said that Mr. Abazi, the person we've been discussing, was, quote, not a very inspiring sort of person, end quote. When you met him in June 98, were you aware he had spent 4 years in prison for his political activism?
Again, when we met in Munich, neither Holbrooke nor I had any idea who this person was.
So I take it that means that when you met him, you did not know whether he had been one of the persons heading the Executive Bureau of the People's Movement for the Republic of Kosovo, the
No,
LPRK.
we had no idea.
And in the article, let's please go to the next page, I believe, 211.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to make a pause between question and answer. Thank you.
Apologies to the interpreters. I think, Witness, you heard the same, but I'm probably the one who's most at fault.
Okay.
And here I'm going to read from the last paragraph, so we can scroll down. Thank you. Here we see, in Munich, Abazi, officer for morals, politics, and information in the subzones quarter of Munich and Reka Ekece, together with a young Kosovanian named Gani Shehu, commander of the headquarters of the KLA for Munich, were jointly charged with the KLA's public relations. And Witness, again, based on your prior answers, I understand that you did not know when you met him about his role as officer for morals, politics, and information in Munich and Reka Ekece, correct?
With the following amendment, he came in and it seemed to us that his main interest was in sitting next to Holbrooke and having his photograph taken. Therefore, it is hardly a surprise that he was apparently involved with public relations. But to answer your question, no, we had no idea who he was.
And would you know whether later on in the war, this person, Haydin Abazi, was appointed as the chief of the KLA General Staff's Public Information Sector after Kadri Veseli told him to take over that sector?
Again, I want to emphasize my job was to working with the U.S. government as under instructions from Washington to reach an autonomy deal. I did not follow all the personnel shifts within the KLA. My interest in the KLA was in finding a group of people who could speak for a broader group of people and who could engage on the issue of the autonomy deal.
We'll turn to one last excerpt from this article that we're looking at, and that's at the page ending in 216, please, where I'll read from the second paragraph. Here we see the following. Holbrooke told Abazi that one of his key goals was to promote a ceasefire between the KLA and Rump Yugoslavia, and he asked whether the rebel group would allow Serbian forces to access a certain part of territory under the KLA's control in Munich. Abazi's response to Holbrooke was quote, the KLA wants peace, but that peace has to come with freedom, end quote. In other words, a ceasefire without a guarantee for independence was not going to cut it. Besides, Abazi added, a ceasefire is something that has to be discussed higher up in the KLA chain. Witness, do you recall this gentleman saying that peace had to come with freedom at this meeting?
No, I do not recall any real substantive discussion.
And do you recall him saying that a ceasefire is something that had to be discussed higher up the KLA chain?
I recall only that he did not feel at liberty to speak for the KLA, so he may have expressed it in the terms that the author of this article suggested.
And what made you understand that this individual did not feel at liberty to speak for the KLA?
Because he just gave us slogans rather than analysis.
Your Honor, we tender this article.
Any objection?
No objection.
00405 to 207 to 00405 2190 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This document will be assigned P04492, which was a number previously assigned to another document, but then vacated by the panel in its oral order of 2nd October 2025.
Thank you.
Classification is confidential currently.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you.
We can take the document down. Do you recall, witness, attempting to meet KLA members on 26 June 1998 when you drove to the KLA's Kievo checkpoint?
Yes, I do.
And as you wrote in your memoir that we've looked at yesterday, there you hope to meet the KLA and ask them to take you to their leader, correct?
Correct.
And you hadn't made any advance arrangements for such a meeting, right?
No, I would like to say that this was Holbrook's idea that I should go out there and see if we could find some kind of contact with the KLA. I was skeptical of it because this was a checkpoint, and checkpoints are something you see a lot of during these conflicts. But out of respect to Holbrook, I said, okay, we'll go out and see what we can do.
As you also wrote in your memoir, using a technique you had learned in Albania, you determined that the most senior person to talk to at the checkpoint was the one with the most expensive pair of sunglasses, correct?
I want to stress that I wrote this memoir to give as accurate a view of what I was seeing in various parts of the world. And yes, but that was not a very serious remark, that is, to look at people's sunglasses and to determine their rank. It was more a comment that I had seen elsewhere, or that I had seen elsewhere, that people better dressed tend to be higher up in the ranks. So I'm a little skeptical of taking a comment in a memoir and making it into this kind of evidentiary narrative.
During your witness preparation session last week, you said that at the checkpoint, it was not the man with the sunglasses, but a different man who had some authority, right?
That's correct. So even this somewhat facetious explanation of sunglasses didn't seem to work there.
And you asked a soldier at that checkpoint to tell his leadership that the United States wanted to be helpful to the people of Kosovo, but that checkpoints and the prospect of conflict were not conducive to such efforts, right?
That is correct.
And around an hour later, a fighter approached you to explain that his was a unit belonging to the Drenica command of the KLA, and that was all he was authorized to tell you, right?
That is correct.
This person also told you that you could leave, but that your driver could not, right?
That is correct.
Your driver was Serbian, correct?
Correct. He worked for the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade, and the car came from the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade.
And KLA members at the checkpoint had taken your driver's documents, right?
Correct.
KLA members at the checkpoint later reluctantly gave you your driver's documents back when you asked for them, correct?
That is correct.
And as you acknowledge in your memoir, it was reckless to drive to a checkpoint and try to find a negotiating partner that way, right?
I did it because Mr. Holbrook suggested we should try it. In retrospect, I think Mr. Holbrook did not fully recognize the potential danger that was involved, especially to the fact that we had a Serbian driver.
You testified about your vehicle being fired at in Stime, and that was on 28th July of 1998, right?
It was not, the vehicle was not fired at. We appear to have taken some rounds that were being fired at the combatants. There was a line of Serbian police behind which our vehicle had arrived. And in a distant tree line, there were people firing at the Serbian police. When we turned that corner, this is just after the town of Stime, and we made a right turn. I do remember this. One of the Serbian police motioned to us to get out, which I think under the circumstances was rather good advice. As our driver turned, the vehicle apparently took some rounds in the bumper area, which we only discovered afterwards when we got back to safety.
Understood. Do you recall whether that was on the 28th of July, 1998?
I do not recall the date, but I'm sure that's an empirical question that I could look up.
And you and the other persons with you on this occasion were on another trip to try to find the KLA, right?
Yes, it was part of a long-standing effort to find someone who could speak for a broader group in the KLA.
And again, you hadn't set up any meetings with KLA members in advance of this trip, right?
My recollection was that the KLA in Likov was expecting us, and that therefore there was a meeting set up. What we did not anticipate was that there would be this firefight in Stime and that we would have to turn back.
And in your memoir, you acknowledge that this trip to find a KLA might have been a bad idea. Why would that be?
I think any time you drive your car into a firefight, you're an unarmed diplomat trying to interest people in an autonomy deal, you're probably in the wrong location. So that is why I would describe that as a bad idea, because the road was not safe. And we realized that as we went through the town and no one was there. And we especially realized that when we saw that there was shooting that actually hit the back of the car.
And Blair Mshala was with you on this occasion, right?
Yes, he was with us on that occasion along with Femi Agani, who is the vice president of the LDK.
Do you recall Mehmet Harizi, the individual you discussed yesterday, also being there on this occasion?
No, I do not recall him being with us on this occasion. We had Tina Kadenow and Phil Reeker in the third seat of the Chevy Suburban. We had Blarim, I believe Vetin Saroy, and Femi Agani in the second seat. There was an American driver who was a Foreign Service officer, and me in the front seat, and there was no security.
You were heading towards Klečka when the incident in Stime happened, right?
I do not remember Klečka. I thought we were heading to Likov.
Do you remember heading to where you were heading because it was where the general staff of the KLA was located around the time?
We were trying to reach people in the KLA in Drenica, and we were told that this was the best way to go. We subsequently decided that was not the case, and when we made another trip there, we took a more northerly route. But I would have to look at a map to determine that. Again, I would like to emphasize this was some 26, 27 years ago, and I'm doing my best in terms of my memory of Kosovo geography.
Of course. Could we please call up DHT 12206-DHT 12372 and turn to page 12274. I believe this page has now been admitted as part of the defense tender yesterday. I'm going to read from the last 3 lines here. And again, just to orientate you, witness, this is from the Blairim Shala interview, which you've been shown several excerpts of. And here we see we headed south, and as we got to Shtime, we turned westward to head over to a place near Malishev where the KLA was. Do you recall that?
I recall being in Malishev, but I don't recall that that was the goal of where we were heading in our trip southwest from Pristina that took us through Shtime. So I don't recall Malishev. I do recall being there at one point and, of course, seeing some destruction being carried out by Serbian security forces against houses, villages in the vicinity. But I don't recall that that was the same day.
Let's take this item down, and instead let's please call up SPOE 000-58041-000-58445. And there, let's please turn to the page ending in 8041. Or rather, stay on that. That's the cover page. And witness, just to orientate you for now, this is another book by Blairim Shala, not the one containing your interview. Now, if we could, this is in Albanian, if we could please, in this version, turn to the page ending 153. And then next to it, we'll call up the corresponding English translation. So the English translation is SPOE 000-58153-SPOE 000-58155-ET. And here in the English, we can also stay on this page, and I'm going to read from the first line in the main text for now. The next day, that is on Tuesday, 28 July, we charged towards Klečka, where the KLA General Staff was located. Accompanying Ambassador Hill were Mehmet Hayrizi, Hiadat Hisseni, Veton Suroy, and I. However, as soon as we left Shtime, we faced shootings at the Serbian police roadblock. A bullet even hit the back of the American armored jeep. So we had to turn back to Pristina without carrying out the job. There was fighting in all roads leading to the areas controlled by the KLA. I'm going to continue reading from the second paragraph of the next page in both, please. Meeting the KLA officials in Likats. On that Wednesday, we made our second trip to meet the KLA General Staff representatives. So here, witness, as you've seen or you've heard, Blairim Shala, who you recalled was with you, noted that the direction you were heading was towards the KLA, towards Klečka, where the KLA General Staff was located. And then the second part of what I read, he refers to the following day, making a second attempt to meet KLA General Staff representatives. Does that refresh your recollection of the intention of this trip?
I recall making a second attempt by a different route. I don't recall the name Klečka. I thought it was Likov. But again, I yield to Blairim Shala on that matter. The other slight discrepancy I see is when we encountered this firefight that we had inadvertently gotten in the middle of, I recall Femi Agani saying this is a Serb provocation, meaning that the Serbian forces had started shooting in an effort to dissuade us from going in that direction. That is, in an effort to dissuade us from meeting with KLA. And I said to him, it may have been a provocation, but it was a successful one because we are not going to go forward. I think as a general comment, I'd like to insert into this narrative that this effort to go to places like Kievo and places like Stime and on to wherever represented an effort to try to reach people from the KLA, because right through that period of time, we did not know who really spoke for the KLA. It was a source of continued frustration to hear people say who was running things, and then subsequently to hear other people say, no, it was someone else. And it was a situation where you could not rely on others. You had to go see for yourself. I must say, though, going through essentially war zones for the purpose of trying to get people to look at a piece of paper dealing with autonomy, in retrospect, seemed rather dangerous.
And as you saw or heard me read out here, Blariam Shalla mentions that Mehmet Hairizi was with you on this occasion in Stime. Does that refresh your recollection?
I don't recall that.
And, Your Honor, we tender the pages shown from this item, which is the one ending 58041 in Albanian only, and then the pages ending 58153 to 58154, both in Albanian and English.
Any objection?
I have no objection. I just was confused by what the tender is. Yeah, because he's offered two Albanian versions. Yeah.
Could you go over it a little slower, Mr. Potch?
Of course. So the tender is as follows. From item SPOE 000-58041-000-58445, we tender the first page, the cover page, which is the one ending 58041, and then pages 58153 to 58154, which covers the excerpt shown. That's the Albanian tender. And in English, we don't have the cover page translated, so all I'm tendering are the 2 pages shown, and those are from SPOE 000-58153 SPOE 000-58155-ET, only the first 2 pages of that.
Yes, it's clear now. I have no objection.
SPOE 0005841 to 000584445, plus the cover page, plus 58153 to 58154 in the Albanian, plus the English translation, which is 000, I hope I'm right on this, Mr. Potch, 58153 to 0058155.
For the English, just the first 2 pages of that item, so 5354, and that's correct.
Thank you, Your Honors. Those 3 pages in Albanian and 2 pages from English translation will receive exhibit number P04507, classification is public.
Your Honor, I see the time. I think it's time for a break.
We have a regularly scheduled half-hour break right now, so please relax for a half hour, and we'll see you back here at 11:30. You may leave. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness in. We continue now with the questions from Mr. Potch from the SPO. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can keep those there. The documents, witness, the meeting you testified about with KLA members in Likot Drenica was on the day right after the Stimme incident we were just discussing, right?
Okay.
I take it you agree with me.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
As you told Blerim Shala during your interview with him, and as you confirmed yesterday during testimony, when you were on your way to Likot that day, you were met by a KLA escort, which escorted you to the KLA headquarters in Likot, right?
I don't recall so, but it makes sense as we did not have an escort the day before or the time before when we went through Stimme. So I think it makes sense that we would have an escort. But I want to stress that this is 27 years ago, and I do not recall the presence of an escort.
As you note in your memoir, the KLA members you spoke to in Likot wore camouflage uniforms with KLA insignia, right?
That I do recall, yes.
You testified yesterday about Recep Salimi being at this meeting in Likot. Recep Salimi welcomed you to the meeting, right?
I recall him being there, and I assume that since he was there, he welcomed us, but I do not recall specifically a welcome.
During that meeting, Recep Salimi stated that, in principle, the KLA General Staff was of the opinion that it was time to establish the new Kosovo government. Do you recall that?
I recall that he and others had tried to direct our interests to the issue of the composition of a Kosovo governance. I also recall that we, and I specifically, was less interested in that subject than I was in who could participate in a negotiation on the issue of Kosovo, of restored autonomy for Kosovo. So to summarize, the interest as to who participated in the governance of Kosovo seemed to be an issue of great importance to the Albanian side, less importance to those of us representing the U.S. government.
Do you recall whether at this meeting Recep Salimi said the KLA did not recognize the 22nd March elections and the president and assembly that came out of
Your Honour,
those
if I could,
elections?
just before that question is answered, if I could object to, I believe, where this line of questioning is going, and possibly outside the presence of the witness, although I leave that up to you. It's merely that I believe this goes outside the scope of permissible prosecution cross-examination. This appears to relate to aspects which don't fall within the pretrial brief or the cases charged.
Do you want to make more of a record?
I would, yes, Your Honour,
All
very
right.
briefly, but I believe at this point, in relation to our prior litigation, it is something I need to do.
Mr. Witness, you'll have to step outside for just a moment while we say some things outside of your presence.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honour. I know time is short, so I'll be as brief as possible. Obviously, as you're aware, we filed a motion before the defence case started, expressing our concern that the prosecution may seek to introduce evidence which we say should not be introduced at this time because the prosecution case is closed. The only allegation in relation to Mr. Salimi and this meeting is in paragraph 270 of the prosecution pretrial brief, which states that during the indictment period, Likots Likovats also hosted meetings between internationals and KLA members, such as Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Salimi, and Suleiman Salimi. So we're not contesting, obviously, that it's part of the case that the meeting was held. But the words that Mr. Salimi spoke at those meetings in relation to what his personal belief is, that if it was an allegation against Mr. Salimi, should have been specifically alleged in the pretrial brief by the prosecution. If they're seeking to rely on that evidence of what Mr. Salimi said, it therefore should have been notified to us, and we suggest as it wasn't, it shouldn't be allowed as part of cross-examination.
Your Honour, this is a meeting which the witness testified at length about yesterday, including specific interactions with Recep Salimi during that specific meeting in Likots. This falls entirely within the scope of direct examination. It is also, as you don't need me to remind you, our right to ask questions which go beyond that, which are relevant to our case. As counsel for Mr. Salimi pointed out, the meeting itself is part of our case. I haven't heard any jurisprudence backing up the claim that the specificity counsel is alleging would be required in the PTB, in the pretrial brief, would be required. That is not the case. Furthermore, putting aside the relevance to our case, because the witness testified about this incident direct examination, it is fully within our rights to test his knowledge about other things that were said at this meeting and explore it with him. We've also heard nothing as to prejudice in terms of being allowed to elicit this information. If it's elicited and there's something prejudicial about it later on, counsel for Mr. Salimi can certainly argue, but at the moment, all we are doing is testing or checking what the witness does and does not remember in relation to this meeting.
At this time, the objection is overruled. We will continue. You may continue with your line of questioning. Bring the witness in, please. Go ahead, Mr. Patch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, during the meeting we were discussing, which is, again, to situate you in Likotsk in 1999, in July, you testified about Recep Selimi being present. Do you recall whether at that meeting Recep Selimi said the KLA did not recognize the 22nd March elections and the President and Assembly that came out of those elections?
I do not recall that. I would say that references to that were not relevant to what I was doing, but was further evidence that the KLA wanted to be a part of this governance. I might add governance in Kosovo that was unrecognized by the rest of the world.
I'm going to refer you to an item. It's already on our screens because it's the item we were discussing before the break. And just to remind you, this is from Blair Shala's book, not the one with your interview, another book by Blair Shala. And if the court officer could remind, yes, we're on page 154. If we could scroll to the bottom, please. And I'm going to read from, in English, the last 4 lines. It should be around the same in Albanian. And here, Blair Shala is talking about the 29 July 1998 meeting at KLA Drenica headquarters, which would be Likotsk. And Blair Shala writes as follows.
These pages are not.
This page is already in evidence. I'm going to
But
start.
they're different numbers, is what I'm saying. You call it 154.
It is 154, Your Honor. I believe if a court officer could scroll down in
It
English.
says 122 and 12.
Yes, 122 is the page on the book. 154 is the page on the
okay.
ERM.
Okay, you didn't say that. Thank you.
I apologize. And to note, this page is already in evidence. I'm going to start on this page and read into the next one. So, here Blair Shala writes, following welcoming words by Recep Selimi, Ambassador Hill took the floor. In his presentation, Hill underlined, among other things, that now the Kosovo issue has captured the utmost interest of the US administration and the whole West also as a result of the KLA resistance. That far, does that reflect a recollection, witness?
No, it does not.
And what about that does not?
I don't recall saying that, quote, as a result of the KLA resistance.
Let's look
It would not make sense that I said that. I would also, at the risk of editorializing, Blarim Shala seems to, his writings seem to be to the Kosovo War what Thucydides was to the Peloponnesian War. I'm not sure I quite accept that, but please continue.
Seeing that I'm unfamiliar with the Peloponnesian War, I won't go into that.
Probably best not to go into editorializing on some of these questions.
Okay, that's good advice, but I'm a little surprised to be quoted in things that I have absolutely no recollection of
Witness to.
Yeah.
And just to make sure we're all on the same page, although he is referring to what you have said, this is not the book which contains your interview with him. I just want to make sure that's clear. If we can go to the next page on both versions, please, and this is the page ending 55. I'm going to read from the 3rd paragraph. And this continues Blarim Shala's account of the meeting. We do not recognize the 22nd March elections. In his response, Recep Selimi said, among other things, that, in principle, the KLA General Staff was also of the opinion that now it is time to establish the new Kosovo government. However, Selimi was direct with regard to where KLA stood in relation to the structures that had come out of 22 March elections. We do not recognize the 22 March elections. We do not recognize the President and Assembly that came out of these elections, underlined Selimi. In addition, according to him, there should be no place in the new government for compromised Kosovan politicians. Although he did not specify who he meant. Then Recep Selimi said that Mehmet Hayrizi's proposal would be taken into consideration by the KLA General Staff, and the response to the offer shall come in a week. Does this reflect your recollection of the meeting?
I have no recollection of this issue. I took it as part of their internal politics, and I'm assuming that the March 22 elections were elections conducted by the LDK that resulted in Rugova's re-election as president. But I want to emphasize, I don't know. This was not in my field of vision. I was working on an autonomy plan and trying to get the KLA to participate in a dialogue about the autonomy plan.
What Blarem Shala writes in the last sentence about the Recep Selimi saying the General Staff would take it into consideration, the proposal at the meeting, and get back to you in a week, that is consistent with your testimony yesterday, right?
Yes, that is, and that has to do with the autonomy plan, yes.
And in your answer just now, while you told me you have no recollection of this issue, you then said, I took it as part of their internal politics.
I'm talking about these March 22nd elections.
Do you recall those elections being discussed with you by KLA members at any point?
Today, I cannot recall those elections being discussed. I do recall that the people who are outside of the LDK and therefore in the KLA did not recognize these elections, which they felt resulted in their exclusion and an excessive inclusion of the LDK.
Your Honor, the preceding page has already been tendered as part of P04507. We seek to tender this page, SPOE 00581555, and that could be added to P04507.
Yes, Your Honour, we would object to this. Obviously, for the reasons that I've previously given in the absence of the witness, this directly relates to an allegation against Mr. Selimi that doesn't figure in the pretrial brief and doesn't form part of the prosecution case in any shape or form to our knowledge. Also, the response of the witness was very clear. He has no knowledge of this. I don't think he could be clearer. The fact that the prosecution has introduced a couple of other aspects of it, which were already part of his examination in chief, to show that certain small snippets might be consistent with his testimony, that the central paragraph that was read out is not something that he has any recollection of, and as a consequence should not therefore be admitted.
Your Honour, if I may respond.
Yes.
Thank you. This should be admitted. Admitting this would be consistent with your prior decisions during the Thaçi defense case in relation to how and when items can be admitted by the prosecution when cross-examining. And in particular, this item clearly relates to a matter that the witness discussed during direct examination. He also is familiar and authenticated at least part of the excerpt put to him. And moreover, what the witness does and does not recall about a particular meeting is relevant to the panel's assessment of the witness's evidence in that regard. So, as with previous instances where you have overruled similar objections from defense counsel because the witness says he doesn't remember certain things in an item put to him, that is not a reason to oppose admission. That is not a reason to reject admission thereof. And may I point out, in terms of any prejudice being alleged by the Selimi defense, they are fully able to cross-examine further or to make a request to do so, should that need arise later.
The exhibit will be admitted and the objections overruled.
Sorry, Your Honour, just one brief additional point. Can I clarify whether that's admitted for the truth of what's said, or whether that's admitted in relation to the last point that the prosecution raised, as in I believe the reliability or what the witness does or does not recall? Because I would submit that at most it could be for the latter. It can't be tendered and relied upon for the truth of what Mr. Shala, not a witness here, has said in relation to that meeting.
If I may, Your Honour, our tender, as with all other tenders in this case, is for the truth of its contents and for other matters, including reliability. It is not now, with 1 week of witnesses to go, that we should be reinventing the wheel, we have not gained the practice of limited tenders in this regard. So it is, as Your Honour will have ruled, because that's what you rule when you admit all items, that it's admitted for all purposes. And again, counsel has not pointed to any jurisprudence or any argument to support this allegation that this incident would have had to be specifically notified in the pre-trial brief.
It will be admitted for all purposes. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Page SPOE 0058155 will be added to the exhibit P04507. Classification is public. Thank you.
We can take the 2 items on our screen down, please. And witness, you testified in relation to Recep Selimi and this meeting in Likots that we've been discussing, that it was frustrating to you that you were told you could meet someone who had something to say about things. And in your interview with the Thaçi defense, you noted that someone must have told you Recep Selimi was the person to talk to. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so in advance of this meeting, someone would have said something on those lines to you, right?
Yes, as a backdrop, the United States government, was interested in meeting with the KLA to bring them into a discussion or negotiation over autonomy. And we were told that we could get some clear answers on this from Mr. Selimi if we journeyed up to their headquarters.
Do you recall who would have provided that information?
I do not recall that.
As you told the Thaçi defense during witness preparation last week, you and others had heard that Recep Selimi was very senior. Is that correct?
I don't recall being told he was senior, except that he had an opinion that would be valuable to solicit.
Let's call up the prep note, please, and we'll see if we can work out what was said. And that is DHT 12557-DHT 12569, please. And there we should turn to paragraph 8. And that is on the 3rd page. So again, witness, to orientate you, this is a note of the preparation meeting that you had with counsel for Mr. Thaçi. I believe it was Wednesday and Saturday last week. And this is, we're going to focus on paragraph 8, which reads as follows. Regarding the meeting in Likots in summer 1998, referred to in paragraph 18, and that would be paragraph 18 of your interview in July this year. 1DW008, that's you, recalled they had heard that Recep Selimi was very senior, but 1DW-008 concluded he was more of a local guy from the Drenica crowd. Does this paragraph accurately capture what you told the Thaçi defense last week, or not?
I'd have to see it, but certainly we understood that Selimi was in a position to provide answers, but that he was from Drenica.
And is it correct, as stated here in the last clause of the sentence, that you concluded he was more of a local guy from the Drenica crowd then?
I believed, given the failure to produce answers, that he was representing some opinions within Drenica.
Understood. We can take the document down. And in your interview with the Thaçi defense, that's from July this year, is it correctly stated that you said prior to the meeting with Mr. Selimi in July in Likots, you did not have any knowledge of the KLA general staff and who was in it? Was that right?
That is accurate that I said that, and that is what I believe, yeah.
You testified that Tina Kaidenau, Veton Suroy, Blariam Shala, Philip Rieker were at this meeting with you, the one we're talking about. Do you recall Drenitsa Zone Commander Silman Salimi being there?
I'm sorry, the same Salimi we've just been talking about?
No, but I understand the confusion. We've been talking about Recep Salimi, one of the accused in this case. I am now asking whether, along with Recep Salimi, there was Silman Salimi, same surname, different first name, who was the Drenitsa Zone Commander.
I do not recall meeting him.
Do you recall whether at the same meeting there was the Drenitsa Deputy Zone Commander, Sami Lushtaku?
I do not recall that name.
Do you recall Bislim Zerapi being at this
I do
meeting?
not recall that name.
Did you ever hear the name Bislim Zerapi in 1998 or 1999?
Zerapi, did you say?
Yes, Bislim Zerapi.
I don't recall these names. I'm sorry.
Let's please call up P01264 alongside P01264 ET. And there, let's go to pages in both language versions ending 128674, please. And yes, while we have the cover page on the screen, I can orientate you. This is from a book by a person, as you can see, called Nuhi Batici, and we're going to look at an excerpt from there. And to repeat, it's page ending 128674, specifically on the second paragraph. So I'm reading from the second paragraph, and I'm starting from the date on 29 July 1998. You can follow on your screen or listen as I read. On 29 July 1998, I happened to be in the Drenitsa in Likots. I found out that the American diplomat Christopher Hill was coming to have talks with part of the general staff of the KLA. This was the first meeting within Kosovo by a senior American diplomat with representatives of the general staff of the KLA. Let's now turn to the next page in both, please. And I'll read from the top, talking about the same meeting. The meeting was held in Likots in the headquarters of the operations staff of the Drenitsa operational zone. The American ambassador in Skopje, Christopher Hill, accompanied by the representative of the U.S. office in Kosovo, Tina Kaidenau, took part as did the following from the general staff of the KLA. Recep Salimi, head of the Operational Directorate of the KLA, Bislim Zerapi, deputy head of the Operational Directorate of the KLA, Silman Salimi, commander of the Drenitsa Operational Zone, Sami Lushtaku, deputy commander of the Drenitsa Operational Zone, and Shaban Shala, a member of the headquarters of the Drenitsa Operational Zone. Hashim Thaçi and Jakub Krasniqi were not there. From Pristina, with Ambassador Hill, had come Mehmet Hayrizi, Hedat Hisseni, Blair Shala, and Veton Suroy. And witness, does that refresh your recollection as to the attendees at this meeting?
I have no recollection of these attendees apart from Recep Salimi. I might add that Tina Kaidenau worked for me and was not the representative of the U.S. office in Kosovo.
And in your recollection of the people who were at this meeting, do you recall Recep Salimi being the only one representing the KLA, or were there others on his side of the table, let's say?
I think there were others on his side of the table, but I don't recall being introduced to them or having them speak.
And we can take this document down. Witness, do you recall returning to meet with KLA members in Likots the next or a few days after this meeting, and on that occasion, meeting with Recep Salimi once again this time joined by Hashim Thaçi.
I'm sorry, I do not recall that.
So to your recollection, the first time you met Hashim Thaçi was many months later in November of 1998 in Dragabil, is that right?
As I sit here today, I don't recall other meetings before that.
The page turning is good, it means less questions. Now, let's focus on the Dragabil meeting in November of 98. You just said you don't recall meeting Hashim Thaçi before. Could you clarify whether you had any contact with him whatsoever before November 98?
I do not recall having direct contact. I do recall people mentioning his name as someone I should meet. Again, I want to stress my interest was in talking to people who would engage on our document.
The summary of your interview with the defense in July concerning this Dragabil meeting in November states that you mentioned there was a man at the meeting who had a reputation for being involved in shootings. And my question is whether that would be the same person you told Blair Mshala wanted to bring his gun into this November 98 meeting.
The person who came in there with his gun did not appear to be a very senior person, but I could see he was not just some kind of bodyguard or something, but I did not want to have any guns inside the house.
And do you recall telling the Thaçi defense in July that this man had a reputation for being involved in shootings?
If they said I did, then I must have done that, but I don't recall that, actually, as a reputation. I don't think I was interested in meeting with people who were shooting people, so I'm a little puzzled by that.
And just to be fair, I will read from the paragraph, which is paragraph
thank you.
26. And you're talking about the November 98 meeting, and the last sentences read, there is a picture of Hill and Thaçi from their meeting in the same house, safe house. There was another man present too, who had a reputation for being involved in shootings. When you met Thaçi, you really did not feel like you were in the presence of a killer. Do you recall saying that bit?
Yes, I recall saying I did not feel I was in the presence of a killer, but I don't recall making a comment about someone that I didn't know. That is the person who had a gun that I asked him to leave outside.
If we could please call up P01086, and this is a video, and side by side with it, we can call up the English translation. We're not going to call up the currently admitted translation because we recently requested that the panel replace this with a revised version. So the English translation is 061427-03-TR revised ET.
Mr. President, if I could just seek a clarification, page 67, line 8. I don't believe it's accurately recorded, but I don't want to prejudge if that could be clarified.
I know what you're saying. Witness, just at the moment, the transcript reads as follows. When you met Thaçi, I was reading to you, when you met Thaçi, you did not feel like you were in the presence of a killer. And I said, do you recall saying that? At the moment, it's on the transcript, yes, I recall saying that I did feel like I was in the presence of a killer. Is that correct or not?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Was your answer earlier that you did feel like you were in the presence of a killer or that you did not?
Did not.
Thank you. That clarifies, counsel. And yes, so witness, we're going to have a look at this video. The English translation is on the right-hand side, but for now we're actually not going to play the sound, so it could be muted. And I'd like to start from the beginning, so 0000, and let's kindly pause at 0023.
Still on exhibit 1264, correct?
No, this is exhibit P01086, the video. And if we can pause at 23 seconds.
I'm sorry, I had it down right.
Yes, we correctly paused here. I apologize, Your Honor. Yes, we've now moved on to a video. It's P01086.
Right.
And witness, in this video, are you familiar? Does the location look familiar to you?
No, it does not. I mean, this looks like it was in Kosovo, though.
Can't see it.
And does the man that we saw carrying a gun, does he look familiar to you?
No, I saw Hashim Thaçi earlier, but I don't see the other people.
Let's keep playing again with no sound, and let's pause at 0030 in this time. Actually, can we pause now? We saw, thank you, we pause now. We saw that this man now on the screen, essentially on his own with the car in the background, he's the one with the gun. Does he look familiar?
I don't recall. I was inside the building. I did not greet them outside.
Okay, let's go on until 0030. Pause. And do you recognize the person in the shirt?
Yes.
Who is that?
I don't recall his name, but he worked for the United States government, and that's as specific as I can be.
And let's continue and pause at 0040.
I just saw Sean Burns there as well.
Yes, we'll pause here. And is Sean Burns the same person on your screen now?
Yes.
And does the location look familiar?
No, I went to that, I think this is the meeting with me, and I went immediately inside the building. I did not greet them outside.
Let's continue until second 43, please. So just 3 more seconds. We can pause there. And is that you? And could you tell us who's to your left?
To my left is Jonathan Levitsky, who is a lawyer, who was one of the primary wordsmiths on the document, on the autonomy document. He worked for the policy planning staff in the State Department and worked for Jim O'Brien.
Thank you. And let's continue until second 47, please. That's good. Do you recognize these 2 individuals?
I think that is Jakub Krasniqi sitting in the middle. And I don't recall the name of the person to his right. And to his left, I believe, as you came in, I think that was Thaçi.
Let's have a look, and we can continue and stop at 52. Is that Hashim Thaçi?
Yes.
And let's next stop at 57, please. And the individual on the left you've already identified. Could you identify the man in the middle and then the person on the right, please?
You know, the man in the middle, I knew. I think he was perhaps in our from our office in Pristina. If someone said his name, I'd probably be able to confirm that. And that was Tina Cadenau over on the side.
I'd now like to go back to 0050, and this time with sound, play from 0050 to 0058. And we can see the corresponding transcript in English if we scroll down in the ET. That's good. And there is no Albanian transcript. The words are spoken in English. So we can play with sound.
Which one? The officer standing in the door. He's the zone military commander. Okay.
I think we need to go back perhaps a little more. If we can do perhaps from 46.
Whose voice is that, if I can ask?
I won't testify, but let's go over this. So if we can play from...
This is Commander Chellick. Which one? The officer standing in the door. He's the zone military commander. Okay.
So we can pause. Thank you. And I'm not sure if you heard, but here the exchange was as follows. This is Commander Chellick, and then you say which one, and then the unidentified person says the officer standing in the door, he is the zone military commander. And then you say, okay. Do you recall the Commander Chellick being introduced or being identified at this meeting?
I don't recall, but I do believe that's Sean Burns's voice.
Thank you. And let's please, from the same video, now play from second 57 until minute 102, again with sound. And again, the corresponding translation is at the bottom of the current page in English.
Okay. Mr. Krasniqi, you've been on television a lot.
We can pause here. So here we heard you say, Mr. Krasniqi, you have been on television a lot. What had Mr. Krasniqi been doing on television when or if you saw such televised appearances?
By that time, he had been described as a spokesman for the KLA. He had been interviewed in a lengthy interview with CNN's Christian Amanpour.
And prior to that interview with CNN, first of all, actually, do you recall when that interview took place?
I do not recall, but it was in the context. It was in '98, and it was in the context of finding out who could speak for the KLA.
And in the summary of your interview with the Thaçi defense in July, it's reported that you say CNN's Christian Amanpour interviewed Jakub Krasniqi as the spokesman of the KLA. A few days later, in November '98, Hill met up with him in Dragabil. Is that accurate? To your recollection, was the CNN interview a few days before 6 November?
I don't know how many days, but it was before 6 November, and that is why I made that comment. You've been on television a lot.
In your memoir, you say, and this is in the context of where you discussed the January 1999 meeting about the exchange of prisoners, in Likotsk, we sat across the table from the, quote, KLA spokesman, end quote. A position I suspect had been created the moment our vehicle pulled into the driveway. Do you recall that part of your memoir?
I do, but I'm not sure I was accurate in my memoir because it appears that he had spoken before we had this meeting. He had spoken to Christian Amanpour, so that would put it more than just a few days. So I think my memoir with respect to the number of days prior to meeting him was inaccurate.
And to your knowledge, was Jakub Krasniqi already officially acting as the KLA spokesman in the summer of 1998?
I am not in a position to say whether he was official or not, but certainly he was self-described and described to Christian Amanpour as a spokesman.
We can take the document down, both of them. Witness, I'm changing subject slightly. In 1998 or 1999, did you know whether Hashim Thaçi was a member of the KLA General Staff Political Directorate?
At a certain point, he was described as a member of the political directorate. I'm not in a position to tell you when that came up, but it was at some point prior to the Rambouillet negotiations.
Do you know whether Hashim Thaçi was one of the founding members of the KLA?
I do not know whether he was a founding member. The fact that I did not come across his name until later in the year suggests he was not, but I am not in a position to confirm that.
I understand. Do during the 6 November 1998 druggable meeting that we've been discussing, of which we just saw a little video, you submitted your proposed interim agreement, but Hashim Thaçi did not engage in negotiations because it was not a full-fledged commitment to independence, right?
I don't know the reason, but he made clear that they were seeking independence. And I don't know if that's why he did not engage or whether there was some other reason. So I'm not in a position to tell you why he did not engage.
If we could please call up the summary of the witness's interview with the defense in July, which is DHT 12160-DHT 12169, please. And witness, once again on this occasion, I'm going to take you back to what is contained in the summary of your interview from July, and then ask you to clarify or confirm.
Okay.
And it's at page DHT 12164, paragraph 26, please, and I'll read from the top of that. So here we see the following. At the time, the press was anxious to have a second Bosnia. CNN's Christian Amanpour interviewed Jakub Krasniqi as the spokesman of the KLA. A few days later, in November 1998, Hill met up with him in Drogabil in Drenica Valley, and he was with Hashim Thaçi. Hill submitted their proposed interim agreement. Thaçi did not engage in negotiations because it was not a full-fledged commitment to independence. Do you recall saying that to the defense?
I think I did say that because the KLA, no one had engaged on this document because of the reason that it was not a commitment to independence. And I presumed that that was his reason, but I cannot say I know what his reason was. It may have been he was not authorized to do so. I just don't know. But this was a reasonable estimate of why he did not engage, because it did not address their core concern.
We can take the document down. Witness, at this meeting, KLA members told you they would deliver the remarks about the interim agreement to you in the future, right?
Yes. I might add that they were seeking our recognition as an interlocutor, and we made very clear that if the KLA was going to be a part of the process, they had to engage on the document concerned.
And after your meeting in Drogabil, the KLA general staff rejected the proposed interim solution for the Kosovo issue, right?
I assume that's correct, but I would have to check. I want to stress we were not having much luck in terms of finding a KLA interlocutor who could engage more broadly on what we were doing.
As you put it in your interview with Balerim Shala, your contacts with Shavit Haliti, Rossin's and Holbrook's contacts with Bard al-Mahmouti, Gelbard wanting to be involved, Sean Burns doing stuff on the ground, and the fact that Bill Walker and Burns would never talk to each other meant that you had too many cooks stewing the lunch, right?
If we can accept that metaphor, yes.
You testified about a perception that somehow you were too close to the Rugova faction. My question is, that's a perception certain KLA members had of you as well, right?
I think that was a perception that people not with Rugova had of me, including some Americans as well.
I'm going to change subjects, and now I'm going to turn to your January 1999 meeting concerning the exchange of prisoners, and that was touched upon briefly during your examination by counsel for Mr. Krasniqi. You testified about this meeting, and you said Jakub Krasniqi was there. There were others at this meeting, right?
There were others, but I don't recall who. I might add, I was a little surprised that I was dealing with him because he had been described as a spokesman.
And do you recall a first meeting about the exchange of prisoners taking place on the 11th of January 1999 in Drenoc, Malishev?
Prior to that meeting with Krasniqi,
No, that being the meeting.
I recall that meeting.
Do you recall that it was in Drenoc in Malishev?
I don't recall where it was, but I do recall being able to get there without some of the problems we had had before.
Do you recall Wolfgang Petrich being present?
No, I do not. I recall Bill Walker being there. I recall Tina Kadenow there, and I recall Dana Atkins, who was a representative to General Clark, who was also there.
Let's call up P01091ET and P01091, please. And we can stay on this first page. As you see, witness on your screen on the right, it's going to be in English, and it refers to, we can scroll back up a tiny bit in English, please. Thank you, that's good. We see a reference to Dr. Jakub Krasniqi, book in course of preparation, the KLA at the Rambouillet International Conference on Kosovo and the NATO bombings. And let's, within both language versions, turn to page ending 1062, please. And I'm going to read from the last sentence going into the next page.
While we're waiting, perpunam means in progress?
That's what the SPO's translation says, yes.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
You're a better authority than me when it comes to Albanian.
I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, so I'm going to read from the very last sentence on this page and then immediately go into the next page, please. I'm going to read and then I will ask you some questions. At this time, not only were we in continual communication, next page, with the KLA operational zones, but also the general staff meetings were more frequent for the reason that the responsibility was very great. In these meetings, the political situation was analyzed on the basis of the diplomatic meetings. We monitored military morale, which was at a high level, monitored the supply of arms, brackets, where we were having great difficulties, close brackets, and rations, as well as operational readiness in the ranks of the KLA. This continued to be at a high level. In these meetings, there were wide-ranging and responsible discussions about the problem of the Serb prisoners of war and what should be our counter-reply. After many discussions with arguments and counter-arguments, we decided on an exchange of the 8 Serb soldiers, demanding the release of the 9 soldiers captured in the border zone in mid-December 1998. We drew up our demand accordingly before going to the meeting already scheduled for 11 January 1999 in the Oda, guest room, of Sadiq Yahe Morina, whose wife was later killed by Serb snipers. At the meeting, on the international side, were the American ambassador in Skopje, Christopher Hill, and the Austrian ambassador, Wolfgang Petritsch, representing the EU, with a large number of colleagues. In Hill's team, there was also the present head of the American office in Pristina, Tina Kajdanova, who became the ambassador after independence. The meeting lasted more than 5 hours. During the whole time, we were in contact with the head of the political directorate and the other members of the KLA General Staff. As I said, the meeting was held in the village of Drenoc Ivlehev, in the Malisheva municipality. In the meeting were the Western diplomats already mentioned, while the General Staff was represented by Jakub Krasniqi, Sokol Boshota, Roman Buya, and Adam Grabowski. Now, witness, does that refresh your recollection somewhat as to the attendees at this meeting?
No, I don't recall Wolfgang Petritsch being there. I recall on my left was Bill Walker, because this was supposed to be an OSCE arranged exchange, and it was to strengthen the OSCE's role. And Walker was in charge of the OSCE as the Kosovo verification mission. I just don't recall Petritsch there. If he were, he must have been then on my right, but I'm just don't recall. I do recall, again, Colonel Dana Atkins and Tina Kadenow, and I'm sure there were other people there.
I will be getting to some photos, so maybe we can resolve the matter there.
Yeah.
And focusing for now on another thing that Mr. Krasniqi wrote, do you recall this meeting lasting more than 5 hours, or at least lasting a while?
In the intervening 26 years, I've had many meetings around the world. Usually I remember meetings that last 5 hours. I cannot tell you I remember being in a 5-hour meeting. I do know that it was substantive and long. I just don't remember 5 hours.
As we saw here, Mr. Krasniqi also writes that during this meeting, he and others were in contact with the head of the political directorate and other members of the KLA General Staff. Do you recall whether at this point in January 1999 you knew who the head of the political directorate of the KLA General Staff was?
I don't remember if he said this and if he ever suggested he was in touch with Mr. Thaçi. I don't recall that at all.
We can take this item down and instead kindly call up SPOE 00130-696-00130-696. Now, as promised, witness, we see here a photo, and the timestamp on the photo refers to 11/1/1999. Do you recognize anyone in this image?
Of course. Next to me is Wolfgang Petritsch. This looks like that previous place where I met with Thaçi. I think that is Krasniqi in the middle. I don't know the two individuals to his left.
Do you know the person in the front of the image?
I don't. Looks like an American working for the U.S. government.
And you said that this looks like the previous place that you met with Thaçi. That would have been Dragobil in November that you're referring to?
Yes.
And do you recall Wolfgang Petritsch being in Dragobil with you?
I believe the photo, but I cannot recall that.
Okay. What we see from the photo is, as you mentioned, yourself, Wolfgang Petritsch, Jakub Krasniqi, and some others, and the date being 11 January 1999. Do you recall whether this was the occasion when you were discussing the release or the exchange of the soldiers?
No, it was a different room. It was a more formal setup, a larger room with a big table between us. This was not that meeting at all.
Do you recall whether after an initial meeting concerning the exchange, it was agreed to meet 2 days later on the 13th of January in Likotsk?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
We can take this item down. And instead, let's call up the document we were looking at before, P01091ET, P01091. And witness, this is going to be another excerpt from Mr. Krasniqi's book in progress.
Forthcoming, yeah.
And this time, if we can turn to page SPOE 00231064 in both language versions, please. And in English, I'm going to read from the top of the page, from After a Long Discussion. Yes, so here we see, after a long discussion, and here he's referring to a meeting about the exchange of soldiers,
Yeah.
we agreed that the next discussions, in which William Walker would also take part, would be held at Likotsk in the Drenica area, in the building of the Operational Zone Headquarters on 13 January 1999. The choice of Likotsk had also its symbolic element. Drenica was bearing the main brunt of the war, and the conditions there were the best for holding talks at this level in total security. The talks required total security and had to be kept secure by the Kosovo Liberation Army. I'm going to continue from the middle of the page from the two delegations, so we could go down a little. The two delegations, with a large journalistic presence, had come to Likotsk at the scheduled time. From the internationals there were, for the OSCE, William Walker, with a large number of colleagues. The American side was represented by Christopher Hill, with a colleague, while for the EU, Wolfgang Petritsch and colleagues, and the French ambassador in Skopje. The KLA General Staff was represented by Jakub Krasniqi, Sokol Bashota, Rame Buya, and Shaban Shala from the Drenica Operational Zone. Do you recall a meeting in that formation soon after your first one?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Let's try with a photo this again, and we can take this down and
Okay.
instead call up SPOE 00130-00130-702.
The prosecutor is kindly requested by interpreters to read more slowly for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
Witness, we see here another photo. Could you tell us if you recognize, and we see the timestamp here is 13/1/1999. Could you tell us if you recognize anyone in this photo?
Yes. First of all, I don't recognize the room. I don't believe this is where I had discussions with Mr. Krasniqi. That looks like the back of the head there looks like Wolfgang Petritsch sitting there. Across from him is Bill Walker. That's Sean Burns standing up. I don't know who the gentleman is, who appears very well dressed, and that's me with my eyes closed.
And let's call up one other photo instead of this one, SPOE 00130-00130-703, please. And I think you'll agree with me that this seems to be depicting the same event, but it's from a different angle. Is there anyone else you can identify in this image?
Well, to my left is Tina. To Tina's left is Phil Reeker. To Phil's left, I don't know that well-dressed gentleman, but to his left is Sean, and finally Wolfgang sitting there, and I don't know the gentleman off to the right of the picture. Oh, and that's Bill Walker, of course.
Thank you. Serb authorities had insisted the Serb prisoners be released 10 days before the KLA soldiers, right?
Right.
And earlier, I believe you already testified that Jakub Krasniqi took a hardline approach and he insisted on a simultaneous release, right?
Correct.
And William Walker was so upset with Mr. Krasniqi that he almost walked out of the meeting at a certain
Correct.
time. The summary of your statement, we can take the image down, says you don't have any recollection of Jakub Krasniqi using phones at the time, and this is in the context of the meeting about the exchange of prisoners. Do I understand that correctly to mean you have no recollection of him using phones in your presence during this meeting about prisoner exchange?
That is correct. I have no recollection of him using phones in my presence.
As is also reported in the summary of your statement to the Thaçi defense in July this year, during your meeting or meetings, Jakub Krasniqi disappeared for a bit and then returned to the meeting room. Again, the meeting concerning the exchange of prisoners, right?
That he disappeared and came back in?
Yes.
I said that to the Thaçi defense people? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I have nothing to contradict that.
To be for fairness, I can read the paragraph. It's from paragraph 32. There's no need to call it up. Hill does not know who exactly in the KLA approved the release of the VJ soldiers. He does not think it was Krasniqi, since he came in with a hardline view. As he recalls, Krasniqi disappeared for a bit and came back. He thought he had received some instructions on that, because he did not think he was that big of a deal. He has no reason to believe that he would make such a big decision. Hill does not have any recollection of Krasniqi using phones at the time. Part of this was already put to you earlier. Does that capture what you said in July?
Yes. I would point out that cell phones were not ubiquitous at those times, so I don't know what he did. I do recall by the end of the meeting, we still did not have an agreement.
In your memoir, you describe Wolfgang Petritsch as knowledgeable, intelligent, an all-round good diplomat who knew the Balkans well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether Wolfgang Petritsch was in touch with Hashim Thaçi about the exchange of prisoners?
You would have to ask him. I do not know directly, or I do not recall directly.
Let's call up DHT 03918-DHT 03940-ET, please. And we see here, yes, we can call up the German version as well. We see here in the English language version that this is a translation of an interview with Dr. Wolfgang Petritsch. And let's please turn to page 3940, the last page. in the English is sufficient for now. And if we can scroll to the bottom, we see here a reference to 5 January 2018 in Vienna. And let's now go back to page in English DHT 03926-ET, where I'm going to read from the first answer.
May I ask, what am I looking at? Is this an interview with the press, or what is this?
Yes, so this, as we saw on the first page, referred to interview with Dr. Wolfgang Petrich. And the description, this is an item that was provided to us by the defense for Mr. Thaçi, and it refers to a book written by Faruk Ayeti, and I won't try to pronounce the German name of that book, and it says that it contains an interview with Dr. Wolfgang Petrich. The date of the book is provided as 2022. As we saw, according to this item, the interview with Mr. Petrich is dated 2018.
Okay.
Can counsel please repeat the ERN of the page?
Yes, it's the correct one. It's 3926. We're there. So I'm going to read from, in English, the first question and answer, or the first answer on this page. Dr. Petrich, we identified Thaçi as one of the political leaders of the UCK relatively quickly in the course of 1998. I can also remember that around January 10, 1999, in the course of the negotiations on an exchange of Yugoslavian soldiers who had been captured by the UCK, I received the okay for the proposal on how this should proceed from Thaçi by telephone. I had the advantage over Chris Hill, the American mediator, and the head of the OSCE Kosovo verification mission, William Walker, that I could speak German with Thaçi. His English was still rather fragile at the time. Thaçi also gave me proof that he had something to say in the UCK, which was important for the preparations for our negotiation process. Were you aware Mr. Thaçi gave Mr. Petrich the okay for the proposal on how the prisoner exchange should proceed?
I do not recall that I was. I just recall that they wanted this, Mr. Krasniqi wanted this on strict reciprocity. I don't recall that there was such a contact before.
And you testified earlier that you don't believe it was Jakub Krasniqi, who you were speaking to in person, who actually made that decision, right?
Well, he seemed to be there perhaps in his spokesman role, because I did not achieve any kind of give and take there. But I'm not suggesting that I knew who was actually making decisions.
And we saw that here Dr. Petrich is reported as saying, we identified Thaçi as one of the political leaders of the UCK relatively quickly in the course of 1998. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know. Is Ayeti a magazine, or I don't know what this is. Yeah.
As I mentioned, this is from a book written by Faruk Ayeti, and within this book we have this interview. Ayeti seems to be the Faruk Ayeti who published the book.
Okay.
Your Honor, we tender the pages shown from this item for admission, and those are DHT 03918, both in German and ET, and then DHT 03940, both in English and Albanian, that was the last page, and finally the page we were just reading from, DHT 03926-ET.
Mr. President, we will object, but it'll take some time. I would do it outside the presence of the witness, and it'll have to be in private session, so I propose to do it at 5 minutes to 1 so that we don't interrupt.
Mark those for identification, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pages with ERN DHT 03918, English and German, DHT 03940, English and German, and DHT 03926, English and German will be marked for identification with the number P04508, and classification is confidential. Thank you.
Classification can be public.
Interpreters note all speakers are kindly requested to pause between question and answer for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
We can take the documents down for now. I'm going to change subject slightly, witness, and I want you to focus to the period just before the Rambouillet conference. Just before that conference, Jakub Krasniqi publicly stated that at Rambouillet, the KLA would propose a referendum on Kosovo's independence after the expiry of any interim period. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it does make sense that they would have said that.
And just before the Rambouillet conference, Jakub Krasniqi publicly stated that at Rambouillet, a KLA representative should head the Kosovo Albanian delegation, right?
I don't recall that. I have no doubt that was their view, but that was not how we saw it.
At the beginning of the Rambouillet conference, you publicly stated that the Albanians had to stop talking about independence, right?
I don't recall making such a statement except to say they needed to engage on the documents that were the subject of the conference and not on some other hoped-for result.
And we could call up 065781-065786, please. And we see here that this is, it refers to AP, the Associated Press, and it's titled, France, Chairman of Peace Talks, Peace Talks Heckled by KLA Supporters. And if we can turn to the next page, please. We see it refers to Rambouillet, France, February 6, 1999. And then if we can turn to page 065784. And scroll down a little bit. Here we see the following at the very top of our page. The chief negotiator for the conference is Christopher Hill, the US ambassador to Macedonia, who has been shuttling between the parties for months. He said he expected both sides to compromise. And then it says soundbite in English, and there's a quote. The Albanians have to stop talking about independence. The Serbs have got to stop talking about the status quo, and we have to find something in the middle. I think there is a powerful incentive to do that. The situation needs a political solution. Every day, people are getting killed, and the situation has got to be changed, and fast. And then it says, super caption, Christopher Hill, chief negotiator. Do you recall saying something on those lines at the time, at the outset of the conference?
I don't recall this actual statement, but it certainly reflects my view and the view of my government that the parties needed to start looking for ways to talk to each other rather than stating their own views. So I lay out in that statement, I apparently lay out the fact that the Serbs just wanted the status quo, and the Kosovo Albanian side wanting independence, and that clearly we're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle. So that makes perfect sense.
I tender this item, Your Honor. I tender this item, Your Honor, 065781-065786. Can be public.
No objection.
065781 to 065786 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The document will receive exhibit number P04509 and classification is public.
We can take the document down. Witness KLA members, including Hashim Thaçi, had made their position independence clear months before February 1999, right?
Correct.
Do you recall in October 1998, international media quoting Hashim Thaçi as a KLA representative, saying that the KLA will punish any individual or group which dare sign an agreement contrary to the will of the people expressed in a 1991 referendum?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall information that Hashim Thaçi and his colleagues would never support a political solution without some explicit reference to independence in the final document, and this being said prior to November 98?
I don't recall that, but it does not surprise me.
Towards the end of the Rambouillet conference, specifically on 18th February 1999, you publicly acknowledged that the KLA was going to have to make tough choices, right?
That is correct.
And you stated that it was certainly not easy for people in the KLA who had been out in the forest, out in the woods fighting for independence, which they were not going to get in the Rambouillet agreement, correct?
Yes, I think it was in the context of any time someone comes to a negotiations, it's always difficult to arrive at a conclusion that was not the one they arrived at before.
During a meeting on 20th February 1999, Hashim Thaçi told you, Secretary Albright and others, that the people of Kosovo must be able to express their judgment about their status after the expiration of the 3-year interim period, right?
He said something along those lines. We had included in the draft a willingness to have a referendum on eventual status. So he was reflecting what the draft already said.
At this meeting, Secretary Albright told Hashim Thaçi that the draft agreement did not preclude such a right, and that you, Mr. Witness, would be willing to issue a public letter which confirmed the right of the people of Kosovo to hold a referendum after 3 years. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that because the draft already included that, and the idea of having a side letter to restate part of the draft is something I just don't recall. I might add, side letters are pretty typical in these kinds of things, but I just don't recall that as a suggestion.
It's time for the break, Mr. Patch.
Yes.
It's time for lunch. We'll be back here at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch. You may leave. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the request of a provider, could we please go into private session?
Yes. Into private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Okay, now we're adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we move into private session, please?
Private session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. We will likely issue a decision on this dispute in the morning. Mr. Patch, we still intend to break at 3:30? Do you have some idea of how much time you have left, or that you need?
I will try to finish by the end of today's session, 4:30, but I cannot guarantee that.
If it helps for your planning, we have no redirect at the moment.
We're ready to continue with the SPO's cross-examination. Please give them your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good afternoon, witness. On 6 March 1999, Senator Dole and yourself participated in a press conference at the US Embassy in London, at which you discussed the potential signing of the Rambouillet Agreement, right?
Yes, I recall the press conference, yes.
During that press conference, you noted that the issue was the KLA General Staff giving permission for the signature of the Rambouillet Agreement, right?
I would have to see that. I certainly noted that the issue had been to get the KLA to support the talks.
Let's indeed see that. Let's call up P04259, please. And once it's called up, we can go to page 1D00-0696. And once we're there, we'll zoom in on the bottom left. And to orientate you, witness, this item is from a book by Mark Weller, who you might be familiar with as a name. It's not important if you don't recall.
Okay.
And the item is just being called up.
Can counsel maybe assist with the actual page of the PDF of this document?
It's page 0696. No, I cannot assist with the page of the PDF. Yes, and if we could zoom in there on the bottom left of this page, we see at number 3, U.S. Envoy Senator Dole and Ambassador Hill, press conference, U.S. Embassy, London, 6 March 1999. And if we could please go to the next page, where we will zoom in on the middle of the left-hand column, please. And I'm going to read from the question, are you saying Hashim Thaçi wasn't? So we could scroll a little bit more down. There, yes. Question, are you saying Hashim Thaçi wasn't part of the delegation you met yesterday? Senator Dole, he wasn't there yesterday. We couldn't locate him. We've been trying for 3 days to find him. My understanding, based on other conversations, is that the decision will be made tomorrow and we hope to get it all signed up. Question, can you have an agreement without Mr. Thaçi's signature? Senator Dole, no, he'll be part of it. Question, so how can you have any confidence in a process where the main man doesn't turn up? Senator Dole, I don't know whether he is the main man or not. I mean, he is the leader, but... Ambassador Hill, Senator Dole had 2 very good discussions with Jakub Krasniqi yesterday, and so the issue is the question of whether the General Staff will give the order for someone from the KLA to sign. Obviously, a signature of the document has to include someone from the KLA. I don't know whether that will be Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Krasniqi or someone else, but the issue is the General Staff giving that permission. Is that consistent with your recollection?
It's not inconsistent, and the point being that Thaçi and Krasniqi were participants in Rambouillet, so we needed someone's signature there. I don't know what I meant by someone else.
We can take the item down. You testified about a meeting on the 8th of March 1999 or thereabouts. I think you were not certain about the accuracy of the date. And in that meeting, it's correct that you met Jakub Krasniqi, Sokol Bashota, and Ramebuya and discussed the signing of the Rambouillet Agreement, right?
Yes, is that the meeting, the picture of which you brought up?
No, those were from January.
Okay.
To orientate you, when you were asked about this earlier, it was from a document the defense showed you that had a chronology of events, and it referred to an 8 March 1999 meeting. You were wondering how you could have made it at the particular time, and also whether it would have been to Pristina, counsel for Mr. Krasniqi asked you.
Yes, I was concerned that the dates looked too close together because there was a reference to Holbrook going to Belgrade, which I would have been with, and I don't see how I would have done that in one day.
And to orientate you a little further, earlier today you testified that although you didn't get finality from this March 99 meeting, in terms of you were referring to the signature of the agreement, the signs were favorable. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall that at the end of this meeting, it was decided the meeting should continue another time?
I don't recall that, but it's logical.
And let's please call up SPOE 00233 179-SPOE 00233 179-ET. And alongside it, the Albanian version, which is SPOE 0023287-00233-387. And the page in Albanian is the same as that's in the English ERN, so SPOE 00233 179. We can already start discussing it as the Albanian is being pulled up. We have the English on the right-hand side of the screen. And we see that this is an article titled, "Despite the Dilemmas, All of Us Favored a Yes." And as we also see in English, it's by Jakub Krasniqi. At the top, we see a date of 17 February 2000 and a reference to Zeri. I'll just wait a moment until the Albanian is available. Or just in the interest of time, I will start reading from the English version. And I'm going to be reading from the first paragraph, the first substantive paragraph after the by Jakub Krasniqi. Here we see, on 5 March, in Tersenik village in Drenica, a meeting took place between Wolfgang Petrich and Christian Pols, the first being the EU mediator and the second the chief of staff on Bosnia and Kosovo at the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the GS represented by the KLA commanders Suleiman Selimi, Jakub Krasniqi, Rame Buya, Fatmir Limay, and Recep Sanimi. Were you made aware of this meeting on 5th of March 1999?
I don't recall it.
We'll turn to the second page in the English translation, please, where I'm going to read from the middle of the page. I note the Albanian is not yet available. It's just one page there.
Do I just, to orient me, this is an article in Zeri written a year later, is that correct?
It's an article in Zeri, and the date of Zeri, the publication, was 17 February 2000. So yes, it would be a year later, 1999.
Okay, I was, by that time, I was the ambassador to Warsaw, Poland. I was not keeping up with the Kosovo press at that point.
I understand. The meeting referred to in this article of 5th of March, we'll see later, is referring to 5th of March 1999, however. So I'm going to now read from the English page on our screens. And as I said, it's from the middle of the page, starting on, or a little further down rather, based on. Yeah. So again, from the same article. Based on what we had managed to learn from the press, the mass media, and information we received from the field, the voices in favor of signing off the final document of the Rambouillet Agreement on Kosovo were growing stronger. Following a long and tiring journey, Hashim Thaçi came to the office of the General Staff 1 or 2 days before we would set off to Paris. We had to make the final preparations, or, shall we say, have concluding discussions to decide whether we were going to Paris or not. The truth is that we discussed at length if we should accept or refuse the document in question. Witness, were you aware that Hashim Thaçi went to the KLA General Staff 1 or 2 days before Jakub Krasniqi and others would set off to Paris?
No, I was not.
Let's turn to the third page in the English translation, and there I'm going to read from the first paragraph. Dilemmas over accepting or refusing the agreement. In many conversations and debates that took place in the KLA-GS, be they in small or large groups, the discussions were sincere, politically well thought out, fitting to the level of duties and responsibilities everyone had in the military hierarchy. Perhaps for the first time, I witnessed how everyone there would take the floor and discuss with responsibility about a serious matter. Hashim Thaçi started off the meeting by informing us about the talks he had in Albania with all of the state leaders and the commitment of the Albanian state to stand by our decisions. But he also spoke about Albania's political and social circles' support, in quotation marks, for the Rambouillet document. He also informed us about the difficulties he had encountered on his journey from Albania to the Berisha Mountains. Further on, he thanked the GS that had trusted him to become the Prime Minister in the National Unity Government of Kosovo. Then he briefed on the work of the Rambouillet Conference and various meetings he had there. Dealing specifically with a quote yes or quote no response to the Rambouillet Agreement, he stated, open quotes, let's reach a conclusion based on our real strength and capabilities. We need to know what they think. We cannot allow ourselves to reach a judgment based on feelings, but need to have reason lead us. Witness, my question is, were you aware of Hashim Thaçi's meetings with state leaders in Albania in the period between Rambouillet and Paris?
At the time, I was not aware of that.
Was there a time when you did become aware of it?
Later on, I heard he went to Albania. I can't tell you when that was. I do know that the U.S., we were in touch with state authorities in Albania and elsewhere, and that Albania supported the Rambouillet process.
Let's turn to the last page in this English translation of the article, where I'm going to read from the second paragraph, starting following the numerous. Following the numerous analysis on the possible results of the yes and no response, all of the GS members had come to the conclusion, albeit not a painless one, that the final response should be yes. The OZ commanders, who seemed to have not had the opportunity of discussing the matter in detail and at length, were still wondering between the yes and no. But after a more detailed analysis, they did favor the yes as well. Those who had such dilemmas were the commanders of Cennet and Lap, respectively Samil Ustaku and Rustem Mustafa. I could completely understand them, but I was sure then, as I am now, that the opportunities to work for the KLA would not shrink. On the contrary, they would increase. Everything depended on our willingness. At the end of the meeting, everyone consents to yes and signs off the minutes book of the KLA GS. The truth is that the GS of the Kosovo Liberation Army said yes, not only due to the reasons we mentioned, which were mainly of an internal character. We also said yes because our friends and allies in many meetings, including those at the highest levels, told us, quote, Kosovo will never again be under Serbia and Yugoslavia, end quote. And witness my question. Jakub Krasniqi, the author of this article, here his assertion that the KLA General Staff said yes is consistent with what he told the press in London on 6 March 1999 about the issue being the KLA General Staff giving permission that we just looked at, right?
Yes, this is a logical sequence.
Your Honor, I tender this item for admission, and just for clarity, the English is SPOE 00233-179-SPOE 00233-179-ET, and the corresponding Albanian page is from SPOE 002328740-0023337, page SPOE 00233-179, and it can be public.
Any objection?
No objection.
Your Honours, we would invite a check on the translation, though, at the start of the article. I think when Mr. Patch read it out, it was a reference to commanders, Suleiman Salimi, Jakub Krasniqi, Rambouillet, and others. Our understanding is that the Albanian is Commander, singular, Suleiman Salimi, and then a list of other names.
I think there's a \S, but yes, I mean, even if admitted, there's a process for revision of items, and that can be seen too.
If you need to revise it, please go through the process. SPOE 00233-179 ET to 00233-179 in the Albanian. Is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. That page will receive exhibit number P04510. Current classification is confidential, but the Council mentioned it can be reclassified to public.
I'm sorry, did you say it was public?
It was confidential, but
Oh, it will be changed to public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we can take the item down. Witness at Rambouillet, James Rubin, as you wrote in your memoir, went so far as to recommend combinations of suits and ties for Hashim Thaçi to wear, correct?
That is in my memoir. It refers to sort of the ongoing belief that he was trying to groom Mr. Thaçi as a eventual leader of Kosovo. Yes.
And as you also wrote in your memoir in relation to Rambouillet, you knew Ibrahim Rugova had enormous popularity and that a tilt toward the KLA leadership might not serve you very well, especially because you knew very little about Hashim Thaçi at the time, right?
I'm sorry, might not serve whom?
I said serve you very well. I can take you to
Serve
the
me?
excerpt. Perhaps you were referring to the U.S. authorities, but to be more accurate, let's go to the excerpt from your memoir. So let us please go call up DHT 08787-DHT 09214. And let's go to page DHT 08925. I'll read from the last paragraph. I had no problem with a focus on Thaçi, especially the need to get him on board. But given our reluctant European allies on whose continent this war was raging, I believe we should play it straight with the others as well. Next page, please.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to pause between questions and answers and read slowly, please.
And not put ourselves into domestic Kosovo politics, favoring those who engage in violent resistance over those who for decades had not. I knew Rugova had enormous popularity, in brackets, he would eventually be elected president in a free Kosovo, close brackets, and that a tilt toward the KLA leadership might not serve us well, especially as we knew very little about Thaçi at the time, whether he was a leader or a front for someone else. I'll stop there. Is that accurate to your recollection?
Yes, I think that is accurate. We needed there are three factions at the Rambouillet on the Kosovo side, LDK, KLA, and so-called independent intellectuals, and we certainly needed all three to support the accords. That said, I make the point here, as I've made the point in my earlier testimony, that I was not interested in taking sides on internal matters.
We can take this item down. I'm going to change subject slightly. You testified that you did not get the impression that Hashim Thaçi was a military commander, and you also testified that, in your judgment, Hashim Thaçi was not a warrior. During the conflict, other than when you were at Rambouillet in Paris, you recall contact with Hashim Thaçi in one meeting in Dragobil in November 1998, and I believe you also recall meeting him once in summer 1999. Is that correct?
I think that is correct, and I stand by that statement. Certainly that photo you showed him with his legs crossed with several books on his lap. He did not strike me or anyone else in our group of American diplomats as a war fighter. He seemed much more on the political side.
Sorry, just to clarify, could you explain which photo I showed you of Hashim Thaçi?
You showed
with books?
a picture of us sitting together at the meeting in, I want to say December, but
Was it the video from Dragobil in November
Yeah.
98 with him on your right and then
Yes.
Jakob Reznici? I
Yeah.
understand.
and he had some books on his lap. I might add that although I didn't have direct contacts, other Americans did, and our impression, and I say collectively, our impression was he was not a war fighter.
And focusing for now on your specific interactions, outside of Rambouillet, Paris, and Dragobil in November 98, and the summer 99 meeting, which we'll get to, besides meeting him face-to-face, did you have any other form of contact with Hashim Thaçi, or was it limited to those?
That was, to the best of my knowledge, those were the direct contacts with him. However, other people who reported to me had contacts with him.
Do you know whether in 1997 Hashim Thaçi brought weapons into Kosovo?
I am not aware of that. And again, 1997 was before I was involved.
Do you know whether during the conflict Hashim Thaçi visited KLA troops on the ground?
I'm not directly aware of that, no.
Do you know whether during the conflict Hashim Thaçi was ever at the front lines when the KLA was engaged in battle?
Engaged in battle? No, I have no knowledge of that.
I'd like to call up DHT 12206-DHT 12372, please. And witness, as this is being called up, this is once again going to be the interview of yours with Blair Shala. And I'm going to take you to a page there. Specifically, we'll go to page DHT 12258, please. And here I'm going to read from the third question and going into the next page. And to orientate you, witness, here Blair Shala is referring to the meeting between Milosevic and Rugova, which, as set out in the summary of your defense interview, took place on 15 May 1998.
Yes.
I will start from Shala a week after this meeting, so a bit further. Yes. Shala. A week after this meeting, we have the first and the last session of the direct negotiations between Kosovo leaders and Serbian leaders in Pristina, taking part in the LDK headquarters. You were there, somewhere near, as we know, but you were sitting in Rugova's office. Hill. That's right. I was sitting in Rugova's office, and Veton Suroy was coming in and telling me how things were going. And from what I could tell, things were fairly positive. I remember going back to Skopje that Friday night, feeling that we had actually achieved some success. And they were talking about various ground rules for how the negotiation would proceed. Shala. But we know what happened afterwards. I think that the offensive started in Dechan during or a day after a meeting between Clinton and Hill. It actually started a day before when I was in Washington. Partly, the fighting was an effort to, I think, undermine Rugova, and of course undermine the peace process. And it's a classic thing where radicals always undermine the peace process. So, as soon as it happened, we knew what had happened. Essentially, the facts of the case are, people still disagree with them, but I think it was fairly clear the KLA came into Dechan and cut the road. In the process, Serbs ran away from there, and the Serb police came back with heavier guns. In addition to re-establishing the road, the Serb went in and destroyed some of the neighborhoods by lighting houses on fire and firing their weapons randomly at the site of houses. So it was something that sort of fit the classic. KLA cut the roads, Serbs overreacting in a way caused it to look like they started it. In fact, it was the KLA who started the action in Dechan. Do you recall that?
First of all, I want to make clear that the syntax I see here is not mine. So this is some kind of summary. I would have to ask the author of this. It's some kind of summary of some discussion. So I want to be clear about that. The overall point that the KLA would start something, the Serbs would overreact to it. That overall point is an accurate thought of mine. I just have concerns with the fact that this is not me speaking, this is someone extracting from what I said.
Had you ever read this book containing your interview with Bilal Mshala before you were involved with the Thaçi defense?
No, I have not.
And you mentioned, or at least you reported as mentioning here, that it was classic. KLA cut the roads, Serbs overreacting. Is that accurate with your knowledge of the events at the time?
That's an accurate statement, yeah.
And it's reported here that you said partly the fighting was an effort to, I think, undermine Rugova and, of course, undermine the peace process. Is that consistent with what action of that nature could have had at the time?
I think that is consistent, yes.
Do you know, witness, whether any members of the KLA General Staff were present in Dechan during the battle which took place there? That's referenced here.
I have no idea.
Your Honor, we tender these 2 pages for admission. Other parts of this book have been admitted as a defense exhibit, but this would, of course, be a prosecution one. And to be clear, the pages shown are DHT 12258, and going into the next page, which is the one on our screen, 12259.
Any objection?
No, and I would suggest they be added to the defense exhibit.
DHT 122, what is it again? 58. And 12259. Both admitted and to be added.
Thank you, Your Honor. They will be added to the exhibit number 1D00423. Classification is public.
Thank you, and we can take the item down. Witness, the only time you recall seeing Recep Selimi is in Likots in July of 1998, right?
I think that is correct, yes.
During your witness preparation with Mr. Thaçi's defense last week, you described Recep Selimi and Jakub Krasniqi as driven people. What did you mean when you said that?
They were very much dedicated to the proposition of Kosovo's independence and as the KLA as the driving force.
You do not recall a person named Kadri Veseli, correct?
I have heard the name, but you're asking me to recall names from 27 years ago, and I do not really recall exactly in what context I heard the name or what was he involved in.
You have no knowledge of any internal reporting system within the KLA, right?
I am not aware of any reporting system. Obviously, the U.S. had our capacities to find out things about the KLA, presumably in the context of that capacity, to find out what the KLA was thinking. There may have been excerpts of that reporting system, but I am not familiar with what that system was.
And you're not aware of any KLA intelligence operatives or any KLA intelligence system, right?
I assume that they had such a thing, but I'm not aware.
Earlier today, you testified that people approached you to testify in this case. Could you tell us who approached you initially?
Which case?
The one we're in right now.
I think it was Mr. Thaçi's defense lawyers who asked if I'd be prepared to do that.
When was your last contact with Bilal Mshala?
A few years ago, wait, he came to Belgrade when I was ambassador there. I have not talked to him about this case, but I've talked to him about other issues, namely the ongoing impasse between Pristina and Belgrade.
On the 13th of October this year, so just last month, the counsel for Mr. Thaçi informed the SPO that you had declined the SPO's request to interview. Could you tell us why you declined that?
You're referring to when I was ambassador in Poland?
So on the 9th of October, my office, the SPO, sent an email requesting to interview you as having been called by the Thaçi defense. And we asked the Thaçi defense to convey that to you. What do you recall being asked by Mr. Thaçi's defense whether you would like to meet with the SPO for an interview? In the last month.
In the last month? I don't think so, no. I was asked by Thaçi's defense if I would be prepared to discuss what I knew and potentially testify at his trial.
So to be clear, from the 9th of October, just over a month ago, you do not recall being informed about my office's wish to interview you in relation to these proceedings?
Not that I'm aware of. I am tracking a lot of things in my life, and I did not track that one. If that was something that someone really wanted me to do, I'm sure I would have been prepared to do it.
Indeed, that was going to be my next question. Would there be any reason why, if you were asked whether you wanted to be interviewed by us, you would have declined that?
No.
Changing subjects. As you note in your memoir, during your July 1998 meeting with KLA members in Likots, you learned that the KLA unit you met with was implacably opposed to Rugova and deeply suspicious of Pristina's intelligentsia. Is that right?
That is correct.
Veton Suroy had accompanied their July 98 Likots, right?
Correct.
As you also note in your memoir, Veton Suroy was let off and banned from this meeting, right?
Let me make this point about that. That is definitely my recollection, that he did not take part in the meeting that we had and only came back at the end. I asked him about that when I saw him in Belgrade in the last year or two, and he said, no, that was not the case. So again, in the intervening years, I was involved with Poland, I was involved with Korea, I was involved in Iraq, and I allow for the possibility, therefore, that I've not remembered this correctly. But I did believe, and certainly at the time I wrote the book, that he was banned from this discussion because he was someone whose father had worked for Yugoslav authority or Yugoslav foreign ministry as a diplomat.
Do you recall during a televised appearance you made last year acknowledging that during the conflict in Kosovo there were lots of crimes, including crimes against Serbs?
Lots of crimes, including crimes against Serbs. Yes, I think there was, I think I referred to them as violence, but yes, there was a lot of violence. All the more reason to try to end the violence.
And do you recall whether in the same televised appearance you also noted that, as opposed to historians or lawyers who look back, your function as a diplomat is to try to look forward?
That's a general comment I've made about a number of situations where my job was to try to find means by which people could live together, and those means would be such things as the Rambouillet Accords, which would enable people to live together in the future and be more tolerant.
Changing subjects again. You testified about family members of employees of an electrical plant north of Pristina being concerned about what happened to these employees. Did you ever speak to or liaise with your brother Nicholas in relation to this or other incidents or events concerning Kosovo?
I never talked to my brother Nicholas about any of these events.
Can we call up P04220, please? And we see that this is a BBC monitoring service document dated 4 July 1998 and referring to text of report by Tanjung News Agency. And the text refers to 2nd of July. And it reads as follows in part. Belgrade, 2nd July. All 9 workers of the Kosovo Obelit strip mine who were abducted by ethnic Albanian terrorists on 22nd June of this year are alive, according to what the Union of the Electrical Power Industry of Serbia, PS, knows. Union official Milenko Gostojic told a news conference Thursday, 2nd July. Political Secretary of the U.S. Embassy in Belgrade, Nicholas Hill, promised at a meeting with representatives of the EPS Union on 29th June that in contacts with the representatives of ethnic Albanian political parties who have links with the terrorist organization Kosovo Liberation Army, he would do his best for the abducted workers to be released and all workers to be enabled to exercise their right to work, according to a statement released by the EPS. So, witness, my question, is this incident reported here the one you referred to earlier this morning, where the family members of these people were concerned?
I remember that one morning we learned of the takeover of this electrical power plant, which I recall was north of Pristina, but I do not recall at all having any discussions with anyone in Embassy Belgrade about that. This was in Kosovo. It was a sensitive matter to have Kosovo still under the nominal purview of our embassy in Belgrade, as Kosovo was part of Serbia, and at the same time have a negotiator from the embassy in Skopje with a staff from Washington and reporting directly to Washington. So I think there is quite likely times when the embassy in Belgrade did things and reported things that were completely uncoordinated.
We can take this document down. Witness, as the U.S. Special Envoy to Kosovo, including in 1998, would you have had any input in the U.S. Department of State report, which addresses Kosovo in the context of human rights practices for that year?
No, I did not. That would have been solely Embassy Belgrade's responsibility. I was dealing with Kosovo on a very specific matter, and that was the issue of finding some kind of agreement that could be achieved.
So would you have read the report or not?
I don't recall, but insofar as there are human rights reports that I had to read and edit, those would have been about Macedonia.
Do you recall reading or having knowledge of the detention of 13 Albanian politicians by KLA members in Chires?
I do not recall Albanian politicians. No, I do not recall that matter. I do recall the issue of the abducted Serbian workers, and I do recall expressing concerns about that.
Just for clarity, the abducted Serbian workers are the ones we were looking at in the article before, the ones you mentioned about the electrical company or the mine.
I recall expressing concerns about that, but I don't recall who I expressed concerns to. And again, this was a sensitive matter where Embassy Belgrade had certain responsibilities, including the logistical and support and other support to the KDUM contingent under Sean Burns.
Do you recall Ibrahim Rugova ever speaking to you about any threats, attacks, or crimes allegedly committed by KLA members?
No, I did not. I do not recall anything from Rugova. I do recall other people in Pristina expressing concerns for Rugova's safety.
Do you recall Ibrahim Rugova or anybody else mentioning to you anything about Kele members threatening an Albanian historian or an Albanian activist at Kele headquarters in Jablanica in October 98 after the individual had allegedly criticized the Kele?
I'm sorry, I do not recall that.
Nothing to be sorry about. In relation to the 6 November 1998 druggable meeting with Hashim Thaçi and others, yesterday you were asked as follows, and I'm reading from page 54 of the real-time transcript. We don't need to call it up. Question. Do you recall any discussion of detained people in this meeting? Answer. No, not in that meeting, although the issue of detained people was discussed generally, but I do not recall it being a particular focus of the meeting. Now my question, witness, is when was the issue of detained people discussed generally?
I'm sorry, by generally, I meant it came up, but I cannot give you specifics. I was not the note taker in meetings, and perhaps I would suggest that a careful reading of notes might reveal more more texture on when these things were brought up. But again, I must emphasize, I was focused on what the U.S. government asked me to be focused on, which was to try to reach an agreement, an autonomy agreement between the Albanians in Kosovo and Belgrade.
And just to make sure I understand your answer both now and yesterday, you do not recall discussion of detained people at the November 1998 druggable meeting, be it general or otherwise?
At that meeting, I do not recall a discussion about that. I would have to consult notes that were taken by Tina Kadenow, but I am not aware. I cannot recall today, however many years it is, 27 years ago, that we discussed that. I do recall the question of whether the KLA would be prepared to negotiate on the issue of the Rambouillet Accords.
Could we please call up P00792ET and P00792, and then both go to SPOE 000-68088. And as you see on your screen on the right in English, this is the transcript of a hearing in the Jakova Basic Court on 2nd February 2018. Let's please turn to the second page in both items. And yes, at the top we see witness Jakub Krasniqi is called. So we're now going to turn to the next page, where I'm going to read from the last question on this page, and it's the same in Albanian as well. So the next page, the last question. So witness, again, to reorientate you, this is from testimony of it's from the hearing of Jakub Krasniqi at a court in Kosovo on 2nd of February 2018.
This is Jakub Kastrati.
Yes,
not Krasniqi.
Yes, that name, we will get to it, but as we saw earlier, it's witness Jakub Krasniqi who is called, so he is testifying.
Oh, okay.
And then here, as you've kind of foreshadowed, we see prosecutor. The arrests of Jakub Kastrati and Sendescu are also mentioned in this press release. Did you have any knowledge about the arrest at the time? Witness, who is Jakub Krasniqi. Yes, I had heard about this. We were in a meeting in a house in Dragobil. And US Ambassador in Macedonia, Christopher Hill, was also there, and he raised the issue, and I told him that they would be released, and they were released, and this was during the month of November 1998. Now, I'm putting this to you just to see whether it refreshes your recollection, including having the names Jakob Castrati and Sendescu here.
It does not refresh my memory of this. It is not unusual in a meeting where you are prepared for a certain subject and you've studied what you're going to do, and at the last minute someone passes you a note and says, please raise this issue. And I may have done so, but I do not recall it.
And Your Honor, I see it's time for a short break.
We'll take a 10-minute break right now. I know it seems like we take a lot of breaks, but we have behind that glass up there lots of people working on translating everything, and it's very hard work. And down below is audio-visual people, so we have to give them a break periodically or they'll come down and beat me. Thanks. Thank you. We'll take 10 minutes off.
All rise. All rise.
So we continue with the prosecution's cross-examination. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you. We can take the documents down. Witness, do you recall around November of 1998 intervening to secure the release of two Tanjug journalists?
I do not recall that.
Do you recall Ambassador Holbrook ever publicly stating in your presence that two Tanjug journalists would be dead were it not for your efforts and those of Sean Burns and Ambassador Walker?
I do not recall that. Ambassador Holbrook was often given to making strong pronouncements of that kind, but I do not recall that one.
Do you recall whether in February 1999, US KDOM engaged with the KLA General Staff to obtain the release of two Serbian brothers who were woodcutters?
I'm sorry, I do not recall that. I would say as a general comment that it was important to us to convince Belgrade that these structures we had set up in Kosovo were structures that were serving both interests in Pristina but also interests in Belgrade, and for that reason, any good news of that kind we would want to publicize, but I'm sorry, I do not remember the two woodcutters.
Let's please call up P01078. And we can stay on the first page for now. So, with the document on your screen, yes, we can zoom out a little bit. Yes, that's good, thank you. We see that this is a cable from the American Embassy in Skopje to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C., and others. And unless I'm reading it wrongly, just above that, the date would be the 1st of March, 1999. And further below, we see a reference to U.S. CADM report for February 27, 28, 99, below which we see classified by Ambassador Christopher R. Hill. And let's please turn to the last page of the document, 075377. And here at the very bottom of the document, below paragraph 13, above confidential and end of document, we see Hill. Now, you were the ambassador to Skopje at the time of the cable, and you classified the cable as confidential as we saw on the first page, correct?
All cables going out from an embassy will contain the person in charge of the embassy in two places. One as just the final word in the embassy, meaning that the cable, final word in the cable, meaning the cable is over when they see your name. Secondly, we have a requirement to say who classified this document, who has the right to classification, and in our posts it tended to be the ambassador's name. In the absence of the ambassador, it might have been the next senior person at the embassy, but these are administrative matters and they have nothing to do with the substance of the message.
So based on the classification and your name at the end of it, it doesn't necessarily mean that you wrote it, correct?
Absolutely not.
Considering it was a cable sent from your embassy, even if you didn't write it, would you have read it at any point?
I might have read it, but there are a lot of cables. Today there are a lot fewer cables. People send point-to-point messages through emails and other means. In those days, an embassy like Skopje would have something on the order of 7,000 or 8,000 messages per year. So I would not necessarily have read it. There might have been something that came to my attention earlier, and this was simply for the record. So I might have been aware of the information, but I would not necessarily have read it.
Let's go to page 075370, please. And I'm going to read from paragraph 3. So if we can scroll down a little bit, there's good. So here, still within the same cable, we read the following. The KLA detained 3 Serbian woodcutters near Orahovac, late February 27. US KDOM was able to confirm that the 3 were alive and to secure the unconditional release of one of the 3 early February 28. As of late February 28, US KDOM was engaged with the KLA General Staff and senior KVM officials to obtain the release and the remaining 2 detainees ASAP. Does that refresh your recollection at all about this incident?
No, it doesn't, but it certainly is not unusual. And when KDOM had success, we certainly wanted to make sure others knew about this success, especially because Belgrade was always saying that these structures that we were creating in Kosovo were somehow pro-Kosovo, and we were trying to make the point that they were helpful to all concerned. So good news of this kind would be publicized, but as ambassador, you often really, frankly speaking, focus on bad news rather than good news.
We can take this item down. Changing subjects slightly. You testified that when the NATO campaign began, you did not have any contact with Hashim Thaçi or the Provisional Government of Kosovo. And during witness preparation last week, you said you met Hashim Thaçi during a visit to Kosovo with James Rubin in summer 1999. Could you clarify?
That was after the bombing campaign, and that was in connection with a trip that Jamie Rubin made. I left the Balkans on August 8th, so I would say that had to take place sometime between the end of the bombing and August 8th, and I think it reflected one of two visits I made. The first visit was in June when Ibrahim Rugova flew from Rome, and I escorted him to Pristina. So that was probably in July. This was another trip, and I was with Hashim Thaçi. I was with Jamie Rubin at the time. And my recollection of that visit involved going to Jakov, which had been a particular target of Serb security forces and where the market area of that otherwise very beautiful town had been destroyed.
And do you recall ever visiting Pristina, specifically meeting members of the provisional government at the Dea Hotel there?
I don't. I recall meeting members of the UN presence there. I must have met some people from the provisional government, but I don't recall precisely meeting them.
Just in case this helps you, helps refresh recollection, this is from the Blair Mshala interview. It's written that you said, "I felt a little less optimistic when I met the provisional government, I guess, in the Dea Hotel. I was a little worried. There was a lot of petty squabbling about so-called ministries, and that people seemed to be more concerned about positions than they were about rebuilding a very desperate country." Does that refresh your recollection in any way?
That's entirely consistent with how I looked at this and many other issues where it was, to be sure, a very happy day when NATO was able to move into Kosovo and take over security, but I think I'm paid to look out for the next unhappy day, and you could see that there were going to be problems and that, yes, there was a lot of squabbling. So I had hoped there'd be more of a, let me call it, honeymoon among the various factions, but it was clear that they had problems early on.
In the summary of your interview with Mr. Thaçi's defense from July this year, we read the following. "The concept that the conflict had continued after Resolution 1244 is grossly exaggerated. There was no sense that the conflict was continuing at all beyond the usual merry-go-round, taking some time to come to a full stop." Is that...
I think that's probably, that's accurate. The issues immediately in that time frame turned to the question of the decommissioning of the KLA and how could that be accomplished, because many people did not want to give up their guns. And so this subject in this subject began the whole notion of a Kosovo Protection Corps, something that would take care of natural disasters. I was beginning to exit from this, and we had an ambassador based in Washington, James Dobbins, who was going to take up the issue of post-war reconstruction and government formation.
Changing subjects yet again. Do you know whether KFOR reported that in mid-July 1999, KLA soldiers moved into Vitina with the aim of eliminating suspected Serb war criminals from the town?
I am not aware of that report, but it does not surprise me.
Do you know whether the OSCE reported that KLA members were observed controlling checkpoints in Rahovec in September 1999?
I am not aware of that. I was back in Washington at that time.
This morning, you testified about some of the reasons why you agreed to be a witness called by Hashim Thaçi. Your witness preparation note reports that one of the reasons you agreed is that you feel that what is being done to Mr. Thaçi is just wrong. Do you recall saying that to Mr. Thaçi's defense last week?
I don't recall saying that. My own view is that, and continues to be my view, is that the KLA tried to present itself as an army with strong vertical lines. I have not seen that and did not see that at the time, and so I have some real concerns about efforts at command and control. And I think, given the elapse of time, I felt comfortable in making this case without getting involved in the internal politics.
Have you read the indictment in this case?
I have not read the full indictment, no.
Have you read the prosecution's pretrial brief in this case?
I think I did, yes.
And did you obtain that yourself, or was it provided to you?
I'd have to check. I'm not sure. The main thing I read was a stack of telegrams at the time, from some of which you've shown me here, and of course my own note to make sure I didn't have any inaccuracies there.
Have you followed the prosecution's opening statements in this case?
Before today?
So the opening statements are the statements the SPO, my office, gave at the commencement of this trial a couple of years ago.
No, I did not.
And have you followed either live from our web streaming on YouTube or via reports online any of the testimony of the witnesses in this case before you?
No, I have not.
Thank you, witness. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Still no redirect, Mr. Misitich?
I actually just have a few questions, if I may. Sorry. And I appreciate your patience at the end of a long day, I know, Ambassador Hill. If you just give me one moment. I can start already while we're releasing the queue with new documents. Madam Court Officer, in our original queue, if you could please call up Exhibit P01077, please. Ambassador Hill, I'm pulling up another code cable from, I believe, the 25th of February, 1999, concerning a question you were asked by the prosecutor about 13 Albanian detained politicians. Do you remember being asked that by the prosecutor?
Yes.
Yeah. If you could take a look at the first page of this cable, I believe it says it's sent from Embassy Skopje, correct?
It was a CADM report. CADM would write these reports, either coming to us or coming more often to Belgrade, write them, and then send them out through our system.
Okay, and you say it's KDOM, so let me see if you can help us with who you think authored it. If we could go to page 8 of this document, and the date you can see is 25 February 99, above U.S. Embassy Skopje. If we can go to page 8, please. To paragraph 7. Oh, can we go back? It's numbered paragraph, yeah, one more back. If we could scroll down, please. Oh, maybe one more back. Yes. Just one second. Yes, at number 7, you see a redaction, and it says a redaction advised that Sahid Hassari had replaced Sabit Getzi as head of the KLA Special Police. The General Staff had relieved Getzi as a result of mistakes. Our source cited Getzi's decision last September to detain a delegation of moderate Kosovar Albanian politicians and continuing threats against LDK political figures as some of the actions which led to his dismissal. Now, do you have any recollection of that issue in a cable, that it was Sabit Getzi who had detained these politicians that you were asked about by the prosecutor?
This is, I don't have a recollection of this, but I would say these kinds of things were happening, detentions of other people, and we obviously worked hard to get them undetained, and that was a big part of what KDM did.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to a different document now, which is a document that was used by the prosecutor. I believe this is the book. The book by Blaram Shala, 1989 to 1999, which is different from the book of your interview with him. I just want to show you an excerpt. You were asked some questions about a general staff meeting after your meeting on or around 8 March 1999, and I want to show you just a different excerpt. If we could please have SPOE 000-58337 to SPOE 000-58341 ET on the screen, please. Our new cue. Now, if we scroll down to the bottom, it's Blaram Shala discussing these events, so 3 or 4 days after your meeting with the KLA. The last paragraph says, however, the unknown of the KLA General Staff decision following their meeting on Thursday and Friday, 11 and 12 March, was still hovering over. I came close for one moment to Jakub Krasniqi and somehow managed to ask him what was decided the previous evening at the staff meeting. Jakub seemed calm and very obliging. Everything is fine. We will sign the agreement, he responded. It was not much longer afterwards when I came across Hashim Thaçi. He looked tired, probably because of the long and dangerous journey on foot through the border which separated Albanians for a century. Thaçi's presence in the General Staff was necessary in order to create an atmosphere in favor of the offered agreement. Hashim Thaçi had now also the mandate of the new Prime Minister of Kosovo. In the conversation, we had explained, I think I should say he had explained to me, how did the KLA General Staff meeting go, how he had to calmly, through diplomatic wisdom, convince the war leaders that we needed to accept this historic offer, and that by signing, they confirmed that they gave to him, Hashim, the mandate to accept the Rambouillet Agreement. Quote, "Believe me, I spoke in front of the KLA commanders, just like Ambassador Hill elaborated and defended this agreement in front of us in Rambouillet." Close quote. Hashim told me, and then continued to tell the other members of the Kosovo delegation about the great decision of the KLA General Staff. Pausing for the interpreters for a second. Now, had you known previously that, according to this at least, that Mr. Thaçi had used your arguments from Rambouillet in order to convince the General Staff to accept the agreement?
I did not know that, but I will say this is exactly how we drew up the play. That is, after 3 weeks of after 2 weeks of tough negotiations, they said they agreed but had to go back and convince others. So this was part of that process. I understood that there would be a lot of work ahead, and while it was nice to hear that he used my talking points in front of the delegation, that is not something I would dwell on. We had to get on with the work.
Your Honor, could I ask counsel to clarify where from the document it says Mr. Thaçi used Mr. Hill's arguments from Rambouillet in order to convince the general staff? I don't see that. Perhaps I missed it.
I literally read the sentence.
Is it the sentence, "Believe me, I spoke in front of the KLA commanders just like Ambassador Hill elaborated and defended this agreement in front of the Rambouillet"? Because that's not what that...
Well, this is argument. If he wants to raise argument, I think it's quite clear.
I object to mischaracterization, but...
Well, I object to the objection. I mean...
Could I add something?
Yes, please.
During the final day at Rambouillet, it looked very bleak. That is, the Serbs had already rejected the agreement, and it looked like the Albanians were going to reject the agreement. I went in front of the Albanian delegation in the basement room at Rambouillet where they were located. It wasn't a basement, it was a beautiful room, but in the lower level of the palace. And I gave a long explanation of why they should accept this, the Rambouillet Accords, at which point I left, and later on, some 30 minutes, 1 hour later, Vetin Saroy, having gotten in front of the delegation, came and said that they've accepted it, and he went in and told the foreign ministers who were waiting in another room that the Kosovo side had accepted the Rambouillet Accords pending the a time to consult back in Kosovo. So what I see here is that Thaçi says that he said what I said, but he said it to this KLA group, and I said it to the Kosovo Albanian delegation.
Thank you for that clarification. And Mr. President, I tender these pages into evidence and ask that they be added to the portion already admitted by the prosecution at P04507.
BOE 000583337 to 5843.
58341.
Oh. You said two.
Well,
Those two pages?
Yes, we can just use the 2 pages I used. So 58337 and 38.
Could I add something?
Just a second. Say the last one again, 5843. 338.
No, let me try it again. SPOE 00058-337.
Yes.
And then the following page, which should be 338.
You were talking, I couldn't hear what he said.
338.
338, okay.
Yes.
They are admitted and will be attached as suggested and requested. Yes, sir, now.
I just wanted to say that throughout this saga, starting in May '98, when I became involved in this, the problem was to get people variously described as the KLA to support this process. Often the KLA was more concerned in taking authority from the LDK, and we've seen signs of that. But by the time we got to that 2 weeks in Rambouillet, it became clear that the head of the KLA delegation, that is Mr. Thaçi, had bought into the ideas that this was the best way forward. And I think I had never seen this before, but this offers some evidence that he understood not only that this was the best way forward, but the argumentation behind why this was the best way forward. And in those days, in February and March '99, we didn't know what would follow. There was violence on the ground. There was a bombing campaign. It lasted 77 days. We didn't know where that would lead, how it would lead. Finally, it ended. The Serbs pulled their security forces out, and there was an effort to calm the place down. And that effort, I think, ultimately proved successful.
Anything else, Mr. Mr.
Just one other item, if I may. Ambassador Hill, if I could just show you, Madam Court Officer, P04510. This is you were shown this document, which was an article, I believe, prepared by Mr. Krasniqi. And I'm just going to ask you some questions because it was suggested to you that the general staff had agreed to Rambouillet and that you needed confirmation from the quote-unquote general staff. And I just want to see, because we never went into who do you understand to be the general staff, I just want to ask you a few questions about that.
This was during the time period before the signing in Paris. Do I understand that correctly? Is that what you're...
Oh, sorry. That was that period, March 8th to March 15th, somewhere in there. Madam Court Officer, I should give you the actual ERN range, SPOE 00233-179 to SPOE 00233-179 ET in the SPOQ. I think the English will be sufficient. And yes, this is the article. You see the date again, 17 February 2000. And if we can go to page 4 of this document, please. If we could scroll down a second paragraph there. He's discussing this meeting where the vote took place, and he says...
This is Krasniqi discussing?
Yes. He says, following the numerous analyses on the possible results of the yes and no response, all of the general staff members had come to the conclusion, albeit not a painless one, that the final response should be yes. The operative zone commanders, who seem to have not had the opportunity of discussing the matter in detail and at length, were still wondering between the yes and no, but after a more detailed analysis, they did favor the yes as well. Those who had such dilemmas were the commanders of Drenica and Lap, respectively Sami Lushtaku and Rustam Mustafa. I could completely understand them, But I was sure then, as I am now, that the opportunities to work for the KLA would not shrink. On the contrary, they would increase, everything dependent on our willingness. My question to you is, were you aware that in this decision by the general staff included members of the operative zones, the commanders of the operative zones, in making the final decision?
I don't think we were aware of that. I must emphasize there are a lot of theories about the organization of the, I'll say, so-called general staff. What we were interested in is having had one person that in Rambouillet to speak for the KLA, who albeit needed to go back and consult, that the KLA had come to yes. What we were afraid of is we would get LDK and this unfortunately named group of independent intellectuals, that they would say yes and the KLA would still say no, and then what were we going to do? So the fact is that Mr. Thaçi took he explained he had to go back, he and the others had to go back, but he was the one who had the difficulty of explaining to people who were skeptical, whereas I think Mr. Rugova had an easier task because most of the people in the LDK wanted to see the end of this. I was not aware of this, but again, I felt very positive seeing this now that our hunch was right of what we did.
Thank you very much, and I again thank you for your testimony, Ambassador Hill. That concludes my redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, did you have something you wanted to bring up in connection with that overruled objection?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. We will knock off now today. We'll take this up again tomorrow at 9. You're almost to the end. The judges' questions will be tomorrow morning. Maybe a few other questions after that, but you're getting close to the end. Thank you for your attendance. We'll see you tomorrow at 9.
Your Honor, just on scheduling, should this witness be completed tomorrow, I think we're aiming for by 1 o'clock for his benefit. Could the defense confirm whether 1DW009 is ready to start tomorrow, considering that the estimates are not that long?
Yes, the witness arrived this morning and should be ready to go.
Great. So somewhere tomorrow we'll be ready to go. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Is there something yet, Rodney? Oh, we're adjourned.
All rise.